The time is now 6 p.m. I'm going to call the meeting to order, January 26, 2021. Can I get a roll call, please?
Council Agency Authority Member Stockton.
Here.
Silva.
Here.
Roberts.
Here.
Wiley.
Here.
Vice Mayor Sullivan.
Here.
Mayor Roulette.
Present. If you can please stand with me for a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. City Manager, do we have any changes to the agenda?
No, we do not, Mr. Mayor.
Can I get a motion and a second, please?
Mike Silva, a motion.
I second.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Sullivan. Vice Mayor Sullivan.
Sorry, yes, I was double muted, sorry.
Thank you. Councilmember Stockton.
Yes.
Councilmember Silva.
Yes.
Councilmember Roberts.
Yes.
Councilmember Wiley.
Yes.
Mayor Roulette.
Aye. We'll move to item 4, approval of the minutes. Can I get a motion and a second, please?
Mike Silva.
Councilmember Stockton, oh, go ahead.
I got Stockton and Silva. Go ahead with the roll call vote.
Councilmember Stockton.
Yes.
Councilmember Silva.
Yes.
Councilmember Roberts.
Yes.
Councilmember Wiley.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sullivan.
Yes.
Mayor Roulette.
Aye. Under item 5, presentations, we have none. Under 6, the consent calendar, do I have anyone from the City Council that would like to pull any item off the consent calendar? And I'm just looking for hands on my screen, so if you can't raise your hand, then just say your name and I'll call you. I do see Wiley. Would you like to pull something off the consent calendar?
I would like to pull 6B.
6B as in boy?
Yes.
Okay. Perfect. Any other council member? Seeing none, I'll go to the public. Does anybody from the public want to pull any item off of consent calendar? I do see one hand, and now the hand is gone. Seeing no hands, or Crystal, there's no one there, right?
No hands.
Okay.
Nope,
I'm going to close public comment. I'll bring it back for the consent calendar item 6A, 6C, 6D, and 6E. If I can get a motion in a second, please.
As Mike Silva, a motion to approve all those.
Thank you.
Wiley will second that.
Okay. Thank you, Wiley. Can we get a roll call vote for 6A, 6C, 6D, and 6E, please?
Councilmember Silva.
Yes.
Councilmember Roberts.
Yes.
Councilmember Wiley.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sullivan.
Yes.
Councilmember Stockton.
Yes.
Mayor Roulette.
Aye. Now we'll go back to 6B, and I'll give it to Councilmember Wiley if you would like to jump in.
All right. On this item, it talks about the speed limit at various streets in Vacaville. And basically, I just wanted to bring attention to one of those streets. And I understand from the survey that the speed limit was set based on a formula that was like couldn't be 5 miles more or less than the free-flowing traffic was usually going. So the one in issue was on Nut Tree Road between Foxborough Drive and Youngsdale. The current speed limit is 45 miles per hour, and it will remain at 45 miles per hour. And the issue is that the other part of Nut Tree from Alamo to Youngsdale is only 30 miles an hour. So there's one stop there, and once it hits the stop, it changes. And then there's no other stops along Nut Tree from Youngsdale to Foxborough Parkway. And I just wanted to say that probably since this traffic survey had happened, they have opened Jackson Road, which is now provides a connection to Vanden and Base. And so I just wanted to let people be aware of the fact that I think traffic has ticked up, and even though the speed limit is 45, it often exceeds 45 miles per hour. Along that stretch, there is Cannon Street Park, and there's a tennis court and basketball court, and a lot of people use the park. To use the park, you have to cross 4 lanes of traffic, and it's a wide 4 lanes because there's also a turn lane. So at some point, there's 5 lanes of traffic that like people with strollers or people with dogs or older people, it's a long expanse of road to cross. And so with a speed limit of 45 and no stops, it's a dangerous situation. And there have been near misses or even accidents right there at Opal in that tree. So I just wanted to talk about that as the council and bring that out to the public as well. And I do think that I would like to see if we could think about even adding a stop, or short of adding a stop, at a crosswalk. And they even have some lighted crosswalks in some parts of town as well. And just the fact that the traffic survey might not have included since Jackson Road was added. So I did talk with the Public Works Director today, and I appreciated having that phone call. There is a signal slated in the general plan for Opal and Nut Tree, but that's when the traffic warrants it, when the school is there. And since we're not at that point right now, I do feel like something should be addressed, since 45 is a pretty fast speed limit. On Foxborough Parkway, it's only 40. And just, so I wanted to bring that up and just see if any other public people had comments, or if the council had any concerns.
Thank you. I see no other comments from the city council. I will open it up to the public, and I'm going to let people know we're only speaking about 6B, item 6B. If there's anybody from the public, I do see one hand, but the one hand's been up for a while.
We're ending in 284. I'll open your mic in case you'd like to speak on 6B.
Hi, caller, are you there?
Yes.
Are
Hello,
you calling
can you
about-
hear me?
Yeah, are you calling about 6B, item 6B on the agenda?
Yeah, I'm calling about the issue that Councilperson Wiley just spoke about.
Okay, great. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, my name is Joe Nicolai.
Joe, are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I live at 800. I live at 800 Fernbrook Court. I'm about 50 yards from the intersection of Opal and Nut Tree. Those of you that don't know me, I've been a member of the Planning Commission from 2004 to 2020, 16 years. I spent 10 years as the chairperson, and I was the chairperson of the General Plan Steering Committee. I'd like to talk about Nut Tree Road from Foxborough to Youngsdale.
Yeah, Joe, your 3 minutes are rolling.
Okay, that stretch is about 0.7 of a mile. halfway through that, about 3/10 of a mile is Opal Way. Right there at that 3/10 of a mile point is Ruby Park. The west side is the Westgate subdivision. The east side is Southtown. Ruby Park, for those of you that don't know, is a large park, basketball, tennis, large playground, soccer, and it's about a block square. It's well utilized, and there are no fences adjacent to Nut Tree. Southtown is a large subdivision with numerous walking trails. The city of Vacaville did a great job with the developer. The speed limit, as you know, is 45 miles an hour over the entire distance. Where the park is, there are 6 lanes of traffic, and people are passing this park without fences at freeway speed. If the speed limit posted is 45, most of the people are doing 50, 55 miles an hour through the 6 lanes. At Opal Way, there are no crosswalks across Nut Tree, and there is a 2-way stop sign. There's a high rate of speed along the route. Most people are passing the park, as I said, at over 50 miles an hour. There have been multiple accidents in this area, many near misses, and there's been very, very little enforcement, very little Vacaville PD in this area. There is a large pedestrian traffic volume from Southtown to the park, from Westgate to the walking trail. The route is also the access road to the new subdivision. And those of you that have been on the council a while know that there are many new subdivisions up around Foxborough Parkway and Vanden Road. And this is also a major access route to Vanden High. In the morning and the afternoons, when there's no COVID and the school's in session, the traffic is heavy and the kids are driving very, very
Joe?
fast.
Joe,
Yeah.
I gotta cut you off. You had your 3 minutes, sir. Thank you very much.
Can you give me 30 more seconds, Ron?
No, sir, I cannot. I apologize.
Okay,
do
Ron,
that.
all I'm asking for, just 10 seconds. I'm asking you to look at a 4-way stop sign. I'm asking you to look at crosswalks there. And I'm asking you to look at a reduction in speeds there. This is one of the most dangerous intersections in the town of
I gotta
Vacaville.
cut you off, Joe. Thank you. Thank you, Joe. Do we have more callers? I see 2 more hands.
Call in user 3, I'll open your mic. Call in user 3, I've opened your mic. You may need to unmute on your end. Press *6. Are you calling to speak about 6B?
Okay, let's move to the next caller.
Ian Lee, I'll open your mic if you're calling to speak about 6B.
Hello, Ron. Yes, I am here to speak about 6B. And that was really mean to Joe, dude. Come on. You're supposed to be the public servant, right? Anyways, no, have you ever driven down those roads? Have you ever seen how congested the visibility is in that suburbia with all the houses and the curviness of those roads? Increasing the speed limit is just an accident waiting to happen. Please, like I would give the rest of my time on this subject to Joe. But
All right, thank
that's
you.
not how this works.
Can we get the next caller?
Here we go.
Call in user 3, I've opened your mic.
Okay, I'm gonna close public comment. And I'll bring it back to the council. Wiley, did you have a question? Did you want to talk to Public Works and see if there's something they could offer you tonight?
I talked to Public Works this afternoon, so they will talk about a crosswalk possibility or look at the situation. So I just wanted to bring it up at the council so other people could hear it as well. So
I appreciate that. I'm going to go to Councilmember Silva.
Yeah, thank you. Just in general, maybe for the public, if we have concerns about traffic, speeders going down certain areas, can we just maybe share the process or how we go about reaching out to look into that, or have to let city staff know that it's a concern with residents?
City Manager.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have representatives from both our police department and our public works department in attendance tonight that can address that specific issue for you. I believe Captain Smutzler is probably the best one to respond. If not, we have Public Works.
Okay, let's go with Public Works. Do we have an answer?
This is Gwen Owens. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Groom.
No, good evening, Mayor, council members, and community members. This is Groom Awoke, Public Works Director. I have our traffic engineer, Gwen Owens, who will address the traffic concern. Thank you.
Gwen Owens, Public Works. Residents can either call Public Works, or there's a Public Works email, or send any comments in through our social media, and the PIO will send that information to us. So either phone calls, emails, or social media. And if they provide their contact information, if it's first, what we'll do is we'll reach out to the individual who contacted us to make sure that we are clear on what the issue is. And then what we'll do is we'll investigate the particular issue that they have, because there are various issues that we deal with. And then once we investigate, we will report back to them.
Great, thank you, Gwen. Just a follow-up question. How long should folks expect to hear a return approximately?
Well, it depends upon what the issue is. Right now, COVID is changing a lot of our driving patterns. And so basically, if we were in a non-COVID time and the issue was related about, school traffic, et cetera, we'd have to wait till school is in. So we try to prioritize them and move through them as quickly as possible, but it really depends upon our volume. We strive to actually make initial contact to the resident within 3 days. And then from there, when we talk to them, we'll let them know, like for instance, we would want to do pedestrian counts when it's raining. And so we might have to wait for good weather. So there's some other conditions that we have to look into.
Great, Gwen. And so when someone, for example, would submit an email, should they expect maybe a response maybe in a week or two?
Oh, we would contact them within 3 days, basically just to touch bases with them. And then at that point, we'd let them know how long to expect. But we try to resolve stuff as quickly as possible. Within a couple of weeks is, what we'd like to have happen.
Great, thanks, Gwen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Wiley, since you pulled this, do you want to make the motion?
okay, I make a motion that we approve item 6A,
6B.
6B.
Thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Mike Silva, second.
And I have a roll call vote.
Councilmember Roberts,
Yes.
Councilmember Wiley,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sullivan,
Yes.
Councilmember Stockton,
Yes.
Councilmember Silva,
Yes.
Mayor Roulette.
Aye. Okay, so we will move to item 7, business from the floor. This is the time to address the council with any issues that are not on the agenda and within the council subject matter jurisdiction. I do see that we have a lot of people here tonight, so we're going to keep to a tight 3 minutes. All I ask is try to refrain from the profanity that we've had in the last council meeting, and we'll just get through this. Can we start with the first caller, please?
Caller ending in 360, I will open your mic. Caller ending in 360, you may need to press *6 to open your mic on your end. I will proceed to Lacey Brown. I'll open your mic.
Thank you. Caller, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, ma'am.
Good evening, Council. My name is Lacey. I'm a local real estate agent, business owner, parent, and formal paralegal to a local prosecutor and city attorney. A large part of my job was assisting with preparing the city's case for any litigation against them, often due to the actions of their police department. So many of these are coming in your direction because of your direct failure to hold your police department and its chief accountable. On Inauguration Day, during one of the smallest and most peaceful protests I've ever attended, the crowd of which consisted of maximum 20 people, including small children and an infant, your police department responded so inappropriately and illegally, it would take my entire allotted time to list the penal codes violated, not to mention the constitutional rights protected by at least 3 of our amendments. The department then used their designated social media accounts to publicly lie about the events that took place to attempt justification for their blatant abuse of authority and power. After this, on Sunday, activists were targeted during houseless resident outreach and violently arrested on fabricated charges. My email address has been provided for any of you interested in factual information, including video evidence of your officers stalking, harassing, and battering citizens who were committing no crimes, as well as officers illegally covering their name and badge numbers with black duct tape to remain anonymous during their crimes. Your police officers are using the guise of their uniform and badge and the protection provided by qualified immunity, along with the guaranteed support from their superiors, to inflict pain and physical violence on individuals due to personal vendettas. This comment is the first of many in which I'll implore you to use your authority to replace your police chief and hold your police department accountable for their crimes before they escalate any further, as every other citizen is held criminally liable in a court of law. I will yield the remainder of my time. However, I would encourage you to dedicate it to a moment of silence for those your police are no doubt destined to murder if you do not take immediate action, and the blood will be on your hands. I'll thank you when your intent to do so has been demonstrated.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Michelle Wright, I'll open your mic.
Hello, my name is Michelle Wright. I'm a member of the National Lawyers Guild Sacramento chapter, and I'm providing comment on behalf of the organization. We provide legal support services like legal observation to activists, including those in Vacaville. Our organization is becoming increasingly concerned about the rights of activists in Vacaville. In the past week, Vacaville Police Department has engaged in multiple targeted arrests of activists and legal observers. After a demonstration in Vacaville on January 20th, legal observers from San Francisco and Sacramento chapters of the NLG were followed to their vehicles by Vacaville PD in an attempt to harass and intimidate them. The targeted repression did not end when the legal observers departed. Vacaville PD pulled over a legal observer vehicle for an alleged traffic violation. One legal observer was subsequently arrested and another detained in handcuffs with excessive force and denied medical attention. The arresting officers repeatedly mocked and insulted the legal observers and refused to wear face coverings despite the statewide order to wear masks to prevent the transmission of COVID-19. This past Sunday, we further witnessed Vacaville PD's intention to chill free speech when they targeted and violently arrested community activists following a mutual aid event, which provided food and other donated necessities to unhoused community members. The purpose of these arrests was purely to intimidate and harass individuals in an effort to discourage future expression of their First Amendment rights. The National Lawyers Guild has been providing legal observers at protests since 1968. They are well known to most law enforcement and immediately recognizable by bright neon green National Lawyers Guild legal observer hats. Legal observers are trained to fulfill the critical function of monitoring law enforcement responses at demonstrations to ensure that protesters' First Amendment rights are respected. They are trained to be professional and are non-participants while observing police actions, documenting arrests, and serving as a deterrent to police misconduct. Vacaville PD's targeting of legal observers and activists obstructs the free speech of the community members assembled. The NLG recognizes the brunt of police violence is aimed at Black, brown, trans, and gender nonconforming people, which we condemn and work to curtail. The gratuitous aggression and intimidation toward legal observers and activists by the Vacaville Police Department is unacceptable. the National Lawyers Guild condemns the targeting of activists and legal observers in Vacaville and seeks disciplinary sanctions against the officers involved immediately. We demand that such targeted intimidation and repression also cease immediately, and that no charges be filed against our legal observer or the activists. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Selena Teresa, I will open your mic.
Hello, City Council.
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, so I'm just going to cut to the chase. I have dealt with police brutality in within the same month. I'll start with January 3rd when I got maced by a person who was stalking me and a group of us when we're trying to go back to our cars. I was being rushed to the ER when I got pulled over by the police and saying that the vehicle that I was in was identified by the assailant's car. I overheard the cops say that they don't know if I was a suspect or a victim, and when they come back to my window, they treat me as a suspect. They asked me if I wanted for them to call the paramedics, and I said no. They called the paramedics anyways and pulled me out of the car, had one male police officer pull my arms behind my back while another male officer proceeds to search me, lift up my shirt and feel on my waist. And then that officer that held my arms behind my back grabbed my right arm and pulled me over to the paramedics that I did not consent to. And then they finally released me. When the paramedics were finished checking me out, basically saying that I looked fine and washed my eyes out, the cops say, "Oh, you're free to go. You don't match the description." I have now met with a $1,524 medical bill that I did not consent to. I did not even use the ambulance. Fast forward to Sunday, January 24th, when I was helping with houseless outreach to feed the houseless and give out clothing. I am tailed by a Vacaville police car. They pull me over in downtown on the corner of Cernan and Main. I get cut off by another police car, and when two police officers rush to both sides of my car, banging on my window, telling me to open the doors now, telling me that, yes, I have an expired tag. They repeatedly ask me if I have weapons on me, and I say no. The officer tells me to pull my left arm out of the car and my right hand above my head. He pulls me out with my arms behind my back, take me behind the police car, and proceed to search me. Then have me sit on the bumper of the police car as they illegally search my car and my belongings inside of my car, going through the donation box of clothing for the houseless, going through mundane things like my board games, a package I got from Amazon, and amongst other things, and throwing stuff out of my car. After that has happened, they then bring out riot police on my friends who are only just standing on the sidewalks recording the incident. They
Ma'am, I
assaulted
have to cut you off.
pushing
Your
them
3
to the
minutes are
car
up.
and arresting them. I am not finished. Proceeding to
I'm gonna cut your mic. Your 3 minutes are up, ma'am. Can we get the next caller, please?
Stamina V, I'll open your mic.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the council, Mayor Rowlett, and Mr. Bush. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to voice my concerns in this public forum. My name is Stamina, and I've been a resident of Vacaville for over 20 years. We raised our children here and always felt safe and secure in this hometown. Our Vacaville Police Department has been working tirelessly to keep our city safe, and that was clearly evident on the nights when the riots broke out across the country last year. They prevented rioting, saved countless local businesses, and protected residents. They were commended for their efforts, and we called them hometown heroes, all of which they deserved. They live among us. They are human. They come in many shapes, colors, and beliefs, just like the rest of us. They make mistakes, just like the rest of us. No one is perfect. They keep us safe. They make split-second decisions for life or death. They are exactly who we need them to be. They are still heroes, and they deserve to be supported by the residents and families of our hometown. I believe in free speech, including the right to protest. The purpose of the protest dissolves when violence is used. The violent, destructive, life-threatening incident that occurred on Sunday, January 17, 2021 was completely unacceptable and 100% preventable. Once they decided to endanger lives, wreak havoc on city facilities, write malicious threats, and show intent to harm residents, businesses, and our police personnel, the mob radicalized into violent criminals that posed a threat to public safety. Screaming violent threats in the faces of our police officers to degrade, humiliate, and provoke is incredibly threatening and volatile. It is easy to reflect now and see that no one was physically injured on Sunday evening, but it could easily have come to that if our police did not show the restraint that they did. It is always easy to comment from behind a computer, TV, or phone, but when you are physically in the position having these criminals screaming in your face, threatening you, your family, your livelihood, it is next level fear. As I said before, they are human just like the rest of us. They have to turn things on and off on the daily. Yes, they signed up to serve and protect, but they did not sign up to be assaulted, threatened, and endangered and be tossed aside by the very people they fight to protect every day. I am pleading with the City Council to please support and protect our police department, defend them against groups that want to undermine and condemn them, support their ability to enforce the law, affirm the fact that Vacaville will not condone violent and malicious crimes and that we will prosecute to the full extent of the law. It is imperative now more than ever that we, the residents, City Council, and representatives come together, be united, and stand up for our right to maintain a safe and healthy place to live, raise a family, and work. We need to show our support of our public safety officers that risk their lives day in and day out for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Call in user 3. I'll open your mic.
You need to unmute
Call in
yourself. Sorry, Crystal, go ahead. There you are. Go ahead, caller.
Good evening, and thank you for taking my call. Can you hear me now?
Absolutely, go ahead.
Thank you. Council members Nolan Sullivan, Michael Silva, and Jeanette Wiley, don't you think our businesses have been through enough? Do they really need people walking by the restaurants with bullhorns, using foul language, and encouraging violence to our officers? You need to open up your offices and let their concerns and hear their concerns and encourage peace rather than violence. But stop being afraid to call these groups out for inciting violence against our police. Let's be clear. These are no longer protests when violence occurs. Our city was attacked. And it is disgusting that the behavior which led to this violence was promoted by our council members, Sullivan, Silva, and Wiley. Jeanette Wiley incited and inspired anti-police rhetoric and anger during her campaign by standing with Ravante Robinson downtown and yelling through a bullhorn anti-police slogans. Ravante then proudly posted pictures of him and Wiley on social media while describing other council members as cult members and police puppets. Local leaders encouraging these groups is what led to Monday's vandalism and death threats. Sullivan, Wiley, and Silva have still not specifically condemned the anti-police graffiti and death threats to our officers and citizens. Will you three council members now stand up for our officers and call off the mob that hurls unfounded accusations of racism and death threats towards them? Let it be noted that by your silence, you are complicit. Nolan Sullivan made a weak attempt on his social media to ask citizens of Vacaville to do better. Sullivan did not denounce the anti-police graffiti calling for the death of our police officers. Why will Nolan not support Vacaville PD? These are the very people who keep him and his family safe at night. and they get zero respect or backing from Nolan Sullivan. In conclusion, the past president of the United States of America is currently being impeached for inciting violence in the city where he lived. Nolan Sullivan, Michael Silva, and Jeanette Wiley need to be impeached, removed, recalled.
Your 3 minutes are up. I'm sorry.
Can I have 10 seconds?
I don't want council comments. We'll have council comments at the end of the evening.
So my
caller,
request
please.
is,
Go ahead, Nolan.
can we move the council comments to the end of the public comments? Because that whole statement was slanderous and a lie and not true. And there's facts that need to be stated. And if we're going to sit through 44 of these and we're going to go through a whole meeting, I think council deserves the chance to respond to speakers. None of what she just said was true or accurate. And I think we deserve a chance to respond to folks.
We'll go
So can we
to the
move
next
the
caller.
council member comments in the agenda?
Well, after public comment, we'll discuss it. Next caller, please.
Call-in user 7, I'll open your mic.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, I'm Abby. I'm one of your constituents and taxpayers. This is a call to drop all of the charges that are being planned or will incur on the 5 arrested participating in houseless outreach on Sunday, January the 24th. This is a call for the immediate dismissal of John Carley, and this is a call for City Council to advocate for the end of over-policing people using their First Amendment rights. Stop spending 40% of your budget on the police and start funding programs for outreach benefiting the community, not just the community you deem acceptable for funding. Townhomes can be discussed, but no effort for addressing the issues that people have been protesting months for in your city. For public servants, you're not doing much to serve the public, are you? If you can't do that, let the people who are willing to help. I don't see churches who give meals and supplies to the houseless getting over-policed, beaten, and arrested. I'm not seeing church vans getting illegally searched and impounded. Why are your dissidents being arrested using the same constitutional rights that church leaders are doing all the time over? Cops in riot gear for houseless outreach. That's taxpayer money in action, unnecessary. All those cops with identifying information covered for houseless outreach. I understand that bureaucracy keeps your hands tied, but let's be real. If you guys wanted to get things done, you'd do it. You thought this would go away after June, but Little Vacaville is still going. We aren't Portland or Oregon or Minneapolis. There have been no riots. There have been no businesses targeted except for June when suspects from Oakland, Alameda, and LA looted a gun store. None of these protests have consisted of armed protesters. If your cops are threatened by unarmed 100-pound women, maybe there's some truth with what the protesters are saying. You thought this would be over, and it's not. It's almost been a year of protesting, and you're threatened. There are people out here willing to do your job and give supplies to those who need it. There are people out here pointing out that the status quo you're so ready to defend is mockery of your citizens' rights and equality. Except that Vacaville has racist roots that it still clings to and change. Ignoring poverty and people on the streets doesn't solve them. It has been proven that that does not solve them. You don't need science for that. Arresting them and seizing supplies doesn't solve that. I get that you're privileged and your constituents are ignorant about this. I mean, some of the calls before show that. But staying in the dark when people are literally begging you to see the other side isn't going to work, and it clearly hasn't if you're paying attention. If you aren't willing to do your job, let those willing to do the legwork do it. I yield my time.
Libby Cullinan, I'll open your mic.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. So I'm sure you were expecting a call from me this evening. That I'm actually with a very heavy heart and quite bruised, literally. Again, people are calling on the absolute brutality of your police department. Today, I unfortunately am going to talk about myself personally being victim to Vacaville Police Department, being beaten into the dirt multiple times, riot police jabbing into my spine, being shoved and beaten, literally black and blue, as well as traumatized. What were you doing, Libby? Rioting, as a Vacavillian would say. No, I had just done houseless outreach. We were on our way home, and I was recording the events. We were literally just providing hot meals and warm clothing. 5 community members were brutally arrested for absolutely no reason. There was no dispersal called. Maybe I didn't hear it over a baton hitting me repeatedly in the head, or maybe when I got pushed into the trash can. But of course, Vacaville PD. I have all your badge numbers too, just so you know. Your PD threw a disabled community member on the ground and stomped on them while arresting 5 people for no reason. And I would also like to point out that all of you are sitting in compliance with Vacaville PD actively targeting a young Black woman who just so happens to be a very strong leader, mother, and so many other things. A great friend, I must add. And your silence is definitely compliance. And you know what? You've shown us that you're terrified of leadership in this community. Week after week after week, we are calling on you to hold your militia, to tell you how your militia, not force, brutalizes humans and animals constantly, yet you meet us with more force and brutality. You're infringing on our rights. We're doing nothing. Then the story moves along. I'm trying to go home. My mom's here to pick me up, and then I go into Foster Street to buy a soda. 2 officers sandwiched me in, and I went into panic mode and was then ridiculed and mocked for panicking. I got a bullshit charge, but potential charge. I have video evidence proving otherwise, most certainly. What I'm trying to get across basically is that Vacaville PD is an organization that thrives off of
Your
care.
time is up. Next caller, please.
I still have to.
Ian Lee, I'll open your mic.
Hello?
Caller, go ahead.
Hey, how's it going? Esteemed council members, Ron. I am so sorry my vulgarity offended you more than the voice concerns and experiences the community members you are supposed to represent did regarding the trauma and brutality / dehumanization by your progressive police force. But don't worry, Mayor. This is for Police Chief John Carley and his associates. Allow me to reiterate a passage from Assembly Bill 1044, specifically Section 1243, concerning public officers and public officials. If an elected public officer is convicted during or after holding office of any felony involving accepting or giving or offering to give any bribe, the embezzlement of public money, extortion or theft of public money, perjury, or conspiracy to commit any of those crimes arising directly out of his or her official duties as an elected official or officer, he or she shall forfeit all rights and benefits under and membership in any public retirement system, that means your pensions, in which he or she is a member of, effective on the day of final conviction. On the embezzlement, extortion, theft, perjury, conspiracy to part of the public's money, we can agree that the antagonistic nature of the force, your police force, to incite violence, inflated bail costs of not just peaceful protesters, but ordinary folks without proper legal representation, are theft, impoundments of their personal belongings, and all subsequent court cases add to the department's budget, i.e. the public's money, thus resulting in the public's ridiculously boosted funds. This propaganda agenda to steal more of the public's money every year is the only thing transparent about you. 41% of our city funds, dude. Seriously. Everything is recorded and filed. Here's to your future lawsuits and revoked requirements. Let me end this on a quote for you. Those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. That's Benny Franklin. Someone,
Next caller, please.
John, you.
Next caller.
Bradley Larson, I'll open your mic.
All right. How's everyone doing tonight?
Doing well, thank you. Go ahead, sir.
No problem. I'm gonna go ahead and start my time then. So, like everyone else here that's calling, pretty much, I'm calling to complain about how Vacaville Police Department has violated our First Amendment rights, not just once, but several times over the past week. So, as a member of the community who has lived here for over 20 years and has been attending these protests for, the past 8 or so months that they've been going on, I can attest to the fact that they have been peaceful protests up since the beginning, and they are going to continue as peaceful protests because, frankly, we're not going anywhere since you guys are not going to stop using force. Moving on. So we can see that the only violence that I've ever even slightly encountered during these protests was actually agitators who were Trump supporters coming up to us, trying to start problems with us, trying to make us have a violent reaction, to which we never responded violently. Even that night on Wednesday, to which I was in attendance and I was actually one of the last people to leave that night, I saw a Trump supporter who, well, I only know he was a Trump supporter because he was yelling that as well as racial slurs and insults directed at members of the community who are people of color. But anyway, he was in a section of the road that the police had previously blocked off, meaning that they had allowed him to go back into an area that they had issued a lawful or unlawful dispersal order in. By the way, they never gave us a reason for the unlawful dispersal order. They just said that it was unlawful. And towards what other members of the community have stated, as a matter of the police lying to the media, we can see that Lieutenant Donaldson is one of the most highest paid police officers in our town. He gets paid like $300,000 a year, and he apparently can't even be trusted to give an accurate press release when there are a multitude of people who had their video cameras out and recording him during the event. He said that protesters swarmed him. We in no way swarmed him. We merely crossed the road to ensure that other citizens would be safe in their interaction with the police because they seemed right from the beginning to be acting with excessive force. They pulled up with 4 to 6 cars to box this person in for no reason. Literally, the person stopped briefly in a no parking zone before we told them, hey, this is a no parking zone. They're going to give you shit if you park here. Park somewhere else. So they pulled into Pietro's. Then they were swarmed. Then Donaldson lies to the press, say that we swarmed him. Donaldson, by the way, also worked on the Kaylee Jefferson Henkel case. So if we can't trust him to give a simple press release accurately, how can we trust his judgment on such a controversial case that he is part of? And it is frankly just ridiculous, if you ask me.
Your 3 minutes are up. Thank you very much. Next caller.
Jess, I'll open your mic.
Okay, hi. This has been utterly painful to listen to. First, I would like to thank our police department for their dedication to keeping this town safe and protected thus far. I've been a resident of Vacaville my whole life, and now my husband and I are raising our 2 small children up in this community as well. Vacaville has always been a town that we could be proud of and feel safe in. In these past few months, it has been very difficult to try to find a way to explain to my children why there are people dressed in black from head to toe with helmets and megaphones shouting "F the police, kill cops," and their explicit drawing of a pig face with a police uniform on. We have since had to take an alternate route when going home. For those who are not aware of this, has been happening every Sunday for the last 4 to 6 months. I am all for having a voice and standing for what you believe in. However, this has gone on too far. The way these children talk to our police force is absolutely disgusting. They called themselves the Voices of Vacaville, and that could be further from the truth. What they did to our town 2 weeks ago was a shame. People who are able to do something like this are people who do not understand what it means to open a business, to make a living, and to provide for yourself and for your family. And they are not the Voices of Vacaville. The reason I'm calling in tonight is because I was shocked to find out that 2 of our sitting council members, Nolan Sullivan and Jeanette Wiley, are in support of these organizations and in fact have been to these protests. And there is even a picture floating around of Jeanette speaking through one of the main leader's megaphones as he holds it for her. This is a disgrace to our community and to our council. And I know that I'm speaking for many when I say that I would like a statement, not on social media, from these 2 and their stance on this organization that calls himself Peaceful. I am calling on the city council members tonight, including our mayor, Ron Roulette, to speak up and speak out on this issue and stop hiding behind the police. Many are wondering why the police are not doing more. And I want to remind everyone that the police take strict orders from a higher seat. This matter goes way further up than the police force, and we should all be paying better attention to what is happening in our city council. Thank you.
The next caller.
Moxie Marsh, I will open your mic.
Good evening, can I be heard?
Yes, go ahead.
Perfect. Okay, so my name's Moxie. Over the past week, it's become increasingly clear to me that the police of Vacaville have become so indifferent to the well-being of the unhoused community here that they not only refuse to see the humanity of the unhoused, they have completely lost sight of the goodwill of people who can see the humanity in these communities. The police of the city have lost interest in preserving the lives and safety of people in Vacaville and have instead taken to upholding their power in the city however they deem necessary. The police recognize that these Black and brown organizers have done far more for the community in the last 7 months than the police of the city have done since their inception. The police have monopolized the idea of public safety and service, and organizers in Vacaville are showing that that monopoly is a facade, and that groups of citizens acting outside of that oppressive system can do far more than what the police do for our most marginalized communities. Feeding your neighbors is not criminal. Helping those in need is not a riot. A pop-up soup kitchen is not a battleground. Kindness is not a threat to a good-willed institution. There is excessive force and violence in every single one of these interactions, whether or not the police or city council would like to admit that. There is trauma that lives in the hearts and minds and the very souls of these people until the day that they die. You as a city council have spent so much time obsessing over how people say things that you have neglected to understand why these things are being said, or even recognize what these people are saying to you. In this city, a complicit council and violent police department means that justice will never be served and the subsequent peace will never be earned. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Aaron Ray, I will open your mic.
Yes, hello. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. I just want to say I'm a resident of Vacaville. I have been pretty much my entire life. I'm a current serving military member. I'm a father. I grew up here. I'm raising my family here. And quite frankly, I'm shocked by the events of the past few weeks. Now, I'm not as articulate as many of the attorneys that called in, but I would encourage them, and I would encourage many of the other people that have called in today to actually read the Constitution and what it says about the First Amendment and freedom of speech. I'm an advocate for the freedom of speech, even for things I completely disagree with. However, you are not allowed to block roads like these protesters have been doing pretty much every week. You're not allowed to threaten people like these protesters have been doing pretty much every week. You're not allowed to commit acts of vandalism and violence. These things have been occurring and they've been getting worse. And now we're kind of seeing it come to a head. And I ask Mr. Sullivan and Ms. Wiley, y'all stood with these groups, and when it was convenient for you guys while you all were running for your positions, you stood with them. And now I want to know your positions currently. And I ask that you, at this point, condemn them and renounce your association with them. Otherwise, you guys need to step down from your positions because it is inappropriate for you to be associated with groups that are now attacking our city. And finally, just on a last note, and then I'll be done, I want to ask the city council, I want to ask the mayor, and I want to ask the chief of police what they think we should do here. Because I can tell you that there's many of the citizens that are getting fed up with this. And many people are talking about counter protesting and things like that. And I know that's going to create a brand new headache for the city. And I don't want to see that happen. So I want to call on all of you to do your job and take care of this issue before it gets worse. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Next caller, please.
Stacy, I'll open your mic.
Stacy, you're on mute.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, great. Good evening, everyone. I just want to say a few words here. I grew up in Vacaville. My grandfather also grew up in Vacaville with his 14 brothers and sisters right next to the old Vasquez Deli. I'm also a mom in Vacaville and have never been so ashamed to live here in my entire life. Vacaville isn't the same. People want to leave. People are disgusted. We are tired of what's happening in our beautiful town that we take so much pride in. The first thing I would do when any family member would come in town is take them downtown to see how beautiful it is. And even for us locals, that's our special place. It's history. And to see what's been happening with Voices of Vacaville is downright disgusting. Our law enforcement officers here in Vacaville have by far kept our town safe. We citizens take pride knowing we're safe, but when you have members like Nolan Sullivan, who makes a quote on his social media saying, just do better. Is that it, Sullivan? Do better? Can you denounce the anti-police, vandalism, the death to police threats? Why don't you support our officers, Sullivan? And Janet Wiley, you've been seen with these groups. You've encouraged them. You've actually invalidated them. Nolan Sullivan, you and Janet Wiley, as citizens, we have photos to look at with the people who attacked our city police department, and we're supposed to trust you. The vandalism that has been consumed in our town for months and months now are from terrorists. They have overtaken our downtown area. They've vandalized downtown businesses. They have threatened Vacaville citizens, threatened business owners, interrupted citizens while eating, vandalized our beautiful creek walk every single Sunday, and now has managed to vandalize our Vacaville Police Department. When is enough enough? This group has clearly shown they are terrorists. They hate our police officers. They want them dead. They have clearly showed they do not care about Vacaville citizens. They have showed that they do not care about our community. Criminals vandalize. A group of protesters do not. And we, the people in Vacaville, are done. I am so sick and tired of not being able to take my children downtown in fear of them hearing curse words, yelling, and being scared to walk the streets of my town with my children. Creek Walk has F the police all over it. All cops are, I'll leave that out because we know what it means. Racial slurs everywhere. Is that what you guys want Vacaville to be like? Because it really sure does seem so. Do you enjoy the officers that serve and protect you being threatened? We love our police. We support our law enforcement. Our children do not need to see this garbage in our town anymore. It's beyond ridiculous, and it's been happening for far too long. We are supposed to trust you, the city council, our Vacaville Police Department, to handle orders accordingly and bring justice to these criminals. We refuse to live like this any longer. We want our town back.
Can we have next caller, please? Thank you.
Edward Russell, I'll open your mic.
So here's your problem. There's a narrative that people are trying to control. So you have the white women speaking before me who find it hard to believe that the police are bad, and that what they do is a godsend. What's ironic about that, I can only hope, or I not hope, I can only think that their husbands are probably police officers. And so we all know with law enforcement officials, they have a problem with domestic violence and alcohol abuse. So they probably beaten their wives, the ones that spoke earlier. So they probably do rather these folks be out there beating up poor little white women. I understand that, but that's the narrative. And then what's the narrative with those folks is that the hypocrisy is to point out pictures of city council folks, but they don't point out the pictures taken of other city council folks doing things like maskless events during the pandemic. So again, the hypocrisy is laughable. But it's time to address your lead officer there, Carly. It's time for him to go. Whatever you guys want to do with these law enforcement officers, these public servants, it's really none of my concern. Again, you know the value in that. You're spending 40% of your budget. I don't know any person in their right mind who gives anything in their personal budget of 40% of it, unless it's probably their house. So we have to rethink this and come up with a better way. Because one thing, we need to keep, Black folks safe and Latinos safe and Asians safe, but we need to keep the women of these married law enforcement officers safe as well. See, because when we don't address their mental concerns, then they bring it home and take it out on their loved ones. So understand this, when we don't address the root of the problem, other people are hurt, not just the people of color being attacked for feeding the homeless. So just keep those things in mind. It's easy to go back and forth and blame this person and that person, but at some point in time, you're going to have to address the real issues. And what are those real issues? I guess that's up for you guys to decide. So thank you.
Next caller, please.
Nancy King, I'll open your mic.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi. My name is Nancy. I'm a Vacaville resident, have been for over 16 years. I am not the wife of a police officer, just so you know. First of all, I want to thank any council members that have taken a bold and courageous stand to denounce the violent protesting that has taken place in our city. You have my utmost respect and gratitude. However, it's come to my attention that some of our city council has joined with protesters, validating their harmful and unlawful behavior and even going so far as to promote and encourage it, while other council members have been complacent or equivocal on the issue. I wish the protesters are becoming more emboldened in their violence and hateful rhetoric. This information is incredibly disheartening. When you validate or encourage such behavior, you are normalizing violence and murder in the minds, imaginations, and hearts of those people. You're also taking a part in keeping these people imprisoned in a life of bitterness, anger, and hatred. And you are teaching our young people to use intimidation, manipulation, violence, and even murder to get what they want. I ask you, do you promote or validate this kind of behavior in your families, between brothers and sisters, or between children and their parents, or husbands and wives? Would you promote that behavior in our schools or workplaces? Or would you promote conversation and reconciliation? One way will divide and destroy, and the other way will unite and build up the family, our city, and our nation. By your inaction or condoning of this reckless behavior, you are promoting a way of life that will not stop at their violence toward police officers, but will also be carried over into every area of their lives, including but not limited to their schools, their workplaces, and even their own families. So I plead with you for the sake of not only our police department and as a citizen of Vacaville, but also for the sake of those doing the lawless and hateful protesting. Stop validating and fostering harmful, destructive, hateful, violent behavior. You aren't doing them or our city any favors by validating their vicious conduct. If any blood is spilled as a result of the violent behavior that you are validating, their blood will be on your head and your conscience if you still have one. If they have actual complaints, encourage them to come to the table and work with Vacaville Police Department to address any issues they may have and help make Vacaville Police Department the best it can be. Vacaville Police Department has worked for years to foster open conversation and relationships within our community. If those protesting refuse to come to the table and work toward a solution, then they don't actually want a solution. They just want to be a problem, and we should not let that problem continue in our city, but should take appropriate legal actions to bring it to an end so Vacaville can continue to be a safe,
caller,
family-friendly
please.
home to her law-abiding citizens.
3 minutes are up. Can I have next caller, please?
Pam Holzendorf, I'll open your mic.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Just find it funny that you let that last lady finish her last statement. But good evening, Vacaville Mayor, Council, City employees. There's a photo going around on social media, a picture, and not the one of Council Member Wiley at a Ruth Bader Ginsburg memorial service, but a picture labeling Vacaville the place of peace. That's all citizens are ensured to be treated with respect, compassion, and dignity. In fact, what was displayed by Vacaville PD this week was quite opposite than that flowery statement. Here's a statement for you city leaders and the police chief. Actions speak louder than words. The actions by VVPD were abhorrent and dehumanizing. The fact that people are wearing all black can't even eat tacos in their cities in peace, that's not living up to your city's slogan. The fact that VVPD sends a riot squad on a group of 20 peaceful protesters, and it was not 40 protesters like VVPD reported, I recommend that all VVPD social media posts be vetted before public consumption. Now you have a whole bunch of people with horrible narratives out there. I was across the street, forced by Vacaville police to stay in my car while I watched they shove Vacaville community members down the street away from the safety of their cars. They even split a mother away from her children. The mother pleaded just to be with her kids, but no resolve, just more aggression. The sounds of babies and kids crying permeated the air and shook me to my very core. VVPD did not ensure these citizens were treated with respect, compassion, or dignity. They didn't ensure these beliefs on Sunday as well, as VVPD targeted a community service event that only objective was to help the community. Community members were met with riot cops again. 5 community members were forcefully arrested with no reason. While communities asked police officers for information, they were shunned and couldn't even get a name from the police officers due to a snazzy new addition to their uniforms. The people victimized by VVPD constantly are Vacaville's, these people are actually Vacaville citizens. They are not criminal. Again, these are Vacaville citizens, not criminal. These Vacaville community members deserve to be ensured to be treated with respect, compassion, and dignity. City Council and Mayor Roulette, it is time to step up and match the same energy as your slogan. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
CEO Kev, I'll open your mic.
Yes, hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm calling because your department had arrested 5 community activists for simply cop watching. And I believe that it was a hate crime. How dare your police put hands on a Black woman and put their knee on her back, similar to George Floyd? I hope that your chief of police never uses an MLK quote ever again, because they are the very people that they would be fighting against. Mayor, I'm not asking too much of you because you're just another white man in power and sensitive to Black feelings. What I do want to say that in the Bible, it says that the first will be last and the last will be first. So your police force may be strong now, but there's going to be a time when they're not going to be so strong. When Moses freed the slaves and split the sea, the same thing is going to happen with the police department, starting with splitting the police department in half, which means half of them need to get released. Half of them need to get defunded. There's a thick blanket of judgment that is coming upon your police force by the way that they are treating people of color, the original people of God. We have lawyers on standby in over 36 organizations, including the Black Liberation Party, the Black Panther Party, and the Brown Berets across the nation that have seen these videos, especially the one that happened with these 5 activists that got arrested, and they are not happy. We're not asking for anything of you. We're just letting you know that we're taking it. We're not asking for freedom, we're taking it. And I really hope that every single child from your department, every department, the police, their children, I hope they get treated like Black and brown children, so they can at least feel how we feel. And I just want to say basically that we're not going to stop. You know, we're going to continue to do this, because every time you put hands on a Black person, there needs to be an investigation, because that is a hate crime. You guys crossed the line. And chief, you're not a chief. That's a stolen word from the Native Americans. You're a scumbag. And basically, with all due respect, fuck Vacaville PD and fuck all you can.
Cut the mic.
Call in user 4, I'll open your mic.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Mark. I've been a Vacaville resident for 50 years. I'm fourth generation Vacavillan. And I can't believe this is happening here in our city. First of all, Councilman Nolan Sullivan and Jeanette Wiley, you have been seen with this group, Voices of Vacaville, validating and encouraging them and the protest. What we want to know is, will you denounce the lawlessness in our city and the violence against the police before we become Portland? Show us citizens you support the law and the officers. In my opinion, this council has let us down. So what I would say in ending is, if you don't support those and you don't denounce them, that we recommend a recall. Thank you. I yield my time.
Next caller.
JT Lee, I'll open your mic.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Awesome, thank you. As a tax-paying resident, born and raised in Vacaville, with 6 beautiful brothers and sisters, I am reading a comment on behalf of Glitter Casket. Today, I would like to address what happened at the Sunday protest on January 17th. I would first like to tell the community to stop running to Facebook to receive all the information they want when it is almost always a bunch of speculation. When you do not know what has happened, it is irresponsible for community members and especially elected officials to spread rumors on a social media platform that can potentially endanger people. Voices of VV issued a statement to inform the community that the organization, individually, was not responsible for what happened on the 17th and did not participate in what happened. They have been doing the same thing for 26 weeks. Furthermore, I would like to expand on what it is that has happened. Broken windows, spray paint. I find it fascinating that the city is so willing to post the footage of this incident and wants to identify every individual involved and hold them accountable. Yet, at the last city council meeting, elected officials and the police department determined that releasing the identity of the officer who was seen beating his canine would put him in danger. But posting videos of all the protesters, even those who did not participate in the illegal activities, on the City of Vacaville Facebook and the VVPD official Facebook page is somehow not endangering anyone? The reality is that VVPD and the city had a faster, more thorough, and much more efficient response to some property damage than they had for the murder of Kaylee Jefferson Hinkle or any of the instances of VVPD's corruption and brutality. You all pick and choose what you like to address, who you want to hold accountable, and who you want to protect versus endanger. Vacaville Police Department has gone completely out of control and has decided to treat any gathering of people they don't like as an unlawful assembly, so they have an excuse to pull people over, arrest people, impound cars, take property, and brutalize people. On January 20th, they arrested a legal observer and illegally searched their car. VVPD stalked an event on the 24th where the folks there fed the houseless community and cleaned Andrews Park, surrounded every exit with cop cars, pulled someone over for expired tags, impounded their car, then arrested 4 people for recording them from a distance. They specifically targeted a Black woman and organizer, screaming to get her. All people arrested sustained bruises and minor injuries because of how violently VVPD arrested them, and folks had guns pulled out on them. They are attempting to punish everyone and prevent people from protesting, even peacefully, which is within our First Amendment right. This is a clear example of fascism. I challenge the city to put an end to this clear abuse of power and start acting like they actually care about the people they are meant to serve. I yield my time.
Next caller, please.
Giselle Cisneros, I will open your mic.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. I had a lot to say. This week has been absolutely insane. First of all, Ron, you're just a lost cause at this point. I find it fascinating that people are willing to point out that Jeanette Wiley had a photo with community members just trying to simply improve and ask more of their police force. Yet Ron is seen at a maskless event, basically just disrespecting the 400,000 people who have died of COVID-19. It's disgusting. He should be recalled simply for that. He's disrespecting all the healthcare workers, all the frontline workers who are seeing this firsthand. It's gross. Okay, moving on. I want to say I am ashamed to work and live and have gone to school in Vacaville for a completely different reason. I am ashamed because Black and brown people don't even feel safe enough to eat tacos without being harassed by the police. People are saying they're afraid of Black and brown people simply asking for accountability from their police force. You guys do not care about people. You care about property. A couple of broken windows, a few spray paints, that'll cost maybe what, $30,000 in damages max? How much money do you think they spent on all of the riot gear, all of their salaries to have police at a protest for 20 people or at a houseless event for, I don't know, 10 people? This is ridiculous. How much money are you spending of our taxpayers' dollars just to over police people asking better of their community, asking better from their elected officials? It's the most patriotic thing that you can do, is going on the street and asking for more and seeing a better community for the future. Accepting it for what it is fascism. And everyone who spoke against that today clearly just sounded like a fascist. And I have to say, never probably had to deal with racism in their whole life, yet say that it's an unfounded racist accusations that we're trying to make. It's ridiculous. How are you going to tell me that I haven't experienced racism? It's there. People have been coming out for 26 plus weeks telling you that racism is real in their community, and they're tired of it. They're tired of taking it, and we're not going to take it anymore. You heard the callers before. We're enraged. We are not allowing this fascist police state to continue in Vacaville. It's disgusting. I'm expecting more from you. Okay. And I think I'm going to leave it at that.
Thank you. Next caller.
James Shea, I'll open your mic.
Hello, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Okay, good evening. I guess since everyone else is doing it, I'll just say that I'm a 34-year Vacaville resident, third generation Vacavillian, but I just want to start off by saying that Chief Carly should resign and or be terminated immediately. Chief Carly is a leader of a racist terrorist group that uses intimidation and illegal bullying tactics on its citizens, just like the event on January 20th when the riot squad was deployed on peaceful protesters. And by deployed, I mean they were there in less than 1 minute in full gear. They came out looking for a confrontation, which they did not get because they are looking for points in the community because of the dog incident. And they're trying to get them at the expense of people of color, which, by the way, are your citizens. Furthermore, the police that were on duty that night all need to be punished and or terminated for breaking Penal Code 830.10, which states any uniformed peace officer shall wear a badge, nameplate, or other device which bears clearly on its face the identification number or name of the officer. All the officers on January 20th had their nameplates and badges covered. Also, linking every group to the Sunday vandalism is lazy police work, and again, it's profiling and terroristic behavior. And lastly, Chief Carly should resign and or be terminated, and the city needs to implement a citizen oversight committee for the police department. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next caller.
Pete, I'll open your mic.
Okay. Am I on?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, sorry, I was muted. First, I want to let you know that I stand with our city and our police. I do not want to see our police defunded in any way. We need them now more than ever to protect us and themselves from the unreasonable people who have been coming to our city. If they want funding for other things, I can certainly appreciate that, and they could come from other sources. I'm wondering if the people who are protesting and attacking our city hall complex are local folks who would therefore have some possible legal standing in our city, or are out-of-towners who therefore have no standing and are just here to make trouble and commit hate crimes like those painted on the city property a few weeks ago or a few days ago. I think that one way to resolve this is for the city to pass an ordinance that any protest must start and end at the original point and before dark and not occur on Sundays. It appears to me that recent events have shown the protests are designed to end at dark, far from the starting point, and then trouble starts. They are also designed to maximize city cost by making the most trouble on double time paid periods. This practice must end. Thank you very much for your time. I yield.
Next caller.
Joseph Silva, I'll open your mic.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that our police department works tirelessly for the people in this city. And I've heard a lot of talk tonight about how horrible they are. And I've heard a lot of talk about other people's rights, but I haven't heard anybody speak up for the fact that these officers are people also. And being told F the police and threatened with death is ridiculous. And I want to know why 2 of our city council members have tacitly supported this. They should be, if they're really on board with what's going on with this Voices of Vacaville, they should be speaking to these people about using some intelligence and restraint and using the legal processes that are in place to voice their complaints. But what's going on right now is ridiculous. And the people of Vacaville deserve better of everyone, and especially our city council. Wiley and Nolan, you serve the city. You don't serve a small group of people. You serve the entire city. There's more to the constituency of this city than just this small group that you seem to be in favor of. Stand up and do the right thing. All of you that have complained about the police department, use the processes in place. But the stuff that's gone on, the stuff that went on the 17th is ridiculous. And people in the city are fed up with it. And we're watching, and it will matter when it comes time to vote yes or no on you next time. Thank you.
Next caller, please.
Magella Cullinan, I'll open your mic. Magella, are you there?
Hi.
There we go. Yes,
Sorry.
hi, go ahead. We hear you.
Well, I had planned on saying a lot more, but after hearing what I'm hearing tonight, I'm not actually quite sure what I'm going to say, other than the brutality of the police that happened on Sunday was horrific, absolutely horrific. I'm going to say that all sides have lost respect for each other. And until you can all get that respect back, no one can move forward. I think it was horrific to see that live video, to see grown men with weapons using force on young women that had no weapons, that had nothing. seeing them being forced to the ground like that. They weren't asked to disperse. They were detained while the car was being searched and being towed away, even though she had paid registration. She just didn't have tags because she didn't pass smog. I mean, that's horrific. We shouldn't be using force against force. You're not going to find any peace if our police that are supposed to protect us are using force on young women that fed the homeless. I didn't know it was against the law to feed the homeless. I thought I was a law-abiding citizen my whole life, but apparently I was breaking the law by feeding the homeless. And I've shown my daughter, I've shown all my kids that if you can give. When did it become a law that we shouldn't be human anymore, humane? I just don't understand what's after happening here. I'm not born and raised here in Vacaville, but I'm here 20 years. And I've never seen such brutality as what I've seen or heard of the last few weeks or a couple of weeks, primarily really the last week, and the live videos. I mean, to see, and my daughter was one of the ones that was by the two police that was taken out of foster freeze, by the way, and her mask pulled down, and the police had no masks over their faces while they were talking down to her. We are a compromised family. If my family get COVID from this, I am holding Vacaville responsible. That is horrible. You have jeopardized people, innocent people's health. And that should never have been ever happened. These girls, they've got to be traumatized. I was traumatized watching this. So I don't know how you're going to do it, but you're going to have to try meet together. You're going to have to try and earn respect again from each other. Because I think the goal should be that we want to help our homeless because there's too many. I mean, look at now, I'm worried about those out in the rain tonight. And I know we've got like Vacaville, not we. Vacaville have some homes or hostels set up, but is it enough? Do we still have homeless out there? That should be our concerns.
Your 3 minutes are up, ma'am. Next caller, please.
Jennifer Riddick, I'll open your mic.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Well, a lot has been said tonight, but since no one's going to say it, I am so sorry for everyone who was hurt while reaching out to the homeless on Sunday. That was absolutely tragic, and my heart goes out to you. Innocent citizens of Vacaville were arrested and harassed on Sunday for simply helping and feeding and serving the homeless community. And I can guarantee the only people there who were inciting violence was Vacaville PD. They continue to cover their badge numbers and use excessive force against our community members. Witnessing these heinous acts from Vacaville PD have made me feel extremely disgusted. I have also lived here my whole life, and now I'm afraid to walk outside my house from being beaten by the police. I no longer feel welcomed or safe in my community, and if I even think about expressing my freedom of speech or even feeding the homeless, I'll be attacked by our police force who I'm supposed to trust. But freedom of speech doesn't apply when you're Black. It's time to start reevaluating these positions as quote unquote the protectors of our community. So instead of getting through this meeting, actually take the time to have some compassion for the innocent people who are literally beaten to the ground. I want justice for my comrades, I want justice for my community, and I want justice for Kaylee Jefferson. Start holding yourselves accountable for your actions. Thank you very much. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next caller.
Ruby Oshert, I will open your mic.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. Vacaville Police Department has consistently been ramping up their violent responses and uses of extreme force, especially so in the last couple of weeks. VVPD has blatantly targeted organizers and participants, especially our Black and Brown organizers and activists. They have stalked and followed participants and have used absolutely unnecessary, excessive, and violent force. I'm just going to cut to my most pertinent issue right now since time is limited. On Sunday, January 24th, a group of us put together a mutual aid effort in order to feed, clothe, and keep our houseless neighbors clean and warm throughout these upcoming cold winter months. As we were leaving, we noticed VVPD stalking us as they had been throughout our whole event. VVPD had multiple cars posted at every exit from the park. A few officers started following participants leaving the event and subsequently pulled someone over for a minor traffic violation. Their car was then towed and they are now facing over $500 in fines. As other participants and bystanders watched the situation and recorded it as we are protected to do so, more and more units showed up, including officers in riot gear. By the end of the evening, VVPD had violently arrested 5 people and stalked and followed others that were walking away from the scene. Not to mention, many officers had their names covered, and multiple officers had both their name and badge number covered, which is illegal in the state of California per Penal Code 83010. This is a call to drop all charges against those arrested on January 24th, as they were arrested on falsified and exaggerated charges. To add to Libby's comment that got cut off earlier, we demand that VVPD is defunded for the safety of our community. More cops do not equal less crime and violence. The Vacaville Police Department has explicitly proved this point, as they have been the ones committing violent crimes against the community they say they protect and serve. We also demand the immediate dismissal of John Carley. All cops are bastards. I yield my time.
Next caller, please.
Call in user 10. I'll open your mic.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. Your police department is by far one of the many departments in California that includes officers who love harassing, beating, and abducting people for no fucking reason. At a recent peaceful protest of 20, I was attacked by not one, but 4 of your officers. And not to mention, they continued to hit us with their batons and had multiple lights in our faces as we were trying to get to our vehicles. They also followed me and my friends as we were eating tacos before the protest I attended. Your officers also love covering their badge numbers and name and don't respond if we ask about it. Y'all are a disgrace and will be sued. Lieutenant Paulin and all the other officers at the protest kettled us and illegally called our assembly to be unlawful when we didn't even start the organized event. Lieutenant Paulin must resign or be fired, as he is someone who just stalks and harasses people. Also, you all really love abducting people, as what happened yesterday when a group of community members were helping the house's community, and your PD went ahead and arrested them for no reason. You guys lack accountability, you guys lack humility, you guys lack justice, and you guys lack every sense possible. This police department needs to be abolished, since your police loves terrorizing community members. As for the council members who stood with BLM in the Black Liberation Movement, good for you. That is why and how you got elected. Continue to fight for people of color and don't listen to these white supremacists. As for the rest of the council who hasn't supported the movement and supports the criminals known as the police, get ready to lose your seats next term. And for all the white people screaming support for Vacaville PD, you are all the fucking problem. Go use.
Did we get cut off there? Next caller, please.
Caller ending in 536. I'll open your mic.
Caller, you're on. There you are.
Hello, there.
Yeah, you're live. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I support Chief Carley. I've been sitting here listening to these young kids talk tonight, and these parents really need to teach these kids some respect. That I can't believe Nolan Sullivan and Jeanette want to support these groups. I support the police. Defunding, I'm against defunding the police. I mean, if these kids would do what they're told and had manners and didn't disrespect people, they wouldn't get into the trouble they got into. And that's all I got to say.
Next caller, please.
Caller ending in 991. I'll open your mic.
Hello, good evening. I would just like to weigh in on this. I'm a new resident to Vacaville. I came from a surrounding city. The main reason for the move to Vacaville was for the safety and security of the citizens. Vacaville PD Chief, I believe that your team has been doing a magnificent job. I would like for all of these callers who believe that Vacaville PD should be defunded, I think that they should probably take a step back, use the brain that God gave them, and think about what they're going to get from the real voices of Vacaville if our police officers are removed from the street. This is not something, this is Vacaville, okay? I'm not a Vacavillian. I don't claim Vacaville as my hometown. Like I said, I just moved here, and the move was strictly for the safety and security that our city provides us citizens. People should be really careful what they wish for. And I yield my time.
Next caller, please.
Caller ending in 862, I'll open your mic.
Looks like we lost them. You want to go to the next caller?
Caller ending in 797, I'll open your mic.
Hello, this is
Go ahead.
Dean Conservative calling.
We can
Thank
hear
you
you. Go
very
ahead.
much, Mayor and Council. I just want to talk about really quickly. First, I respect First Amendment rights. I respect people for protesting. So I won't, attack some of the terrible things that have been said about our police department and also our city council. One thing, I moved here about over 30 years ago. I'm a father, a grandfather. I'm a coach. I support a lot of the school activities, a volunteer to raise money for hospitals and first responders. And one thing that I moved to Vacaville from the Bay Area because this was a safe area. I can say over those 30 years, Vacaville has become very safe because of our strong police department. And when people attack the police department and say that they're unlawful, these people go and spend a lot of time, they're residents here, they work here, and they do a lot of things in our public. Most importantly, defunding is not the answer. What I voice out to people, I was one of those people that when we needed parks and recs for our sports, we were out at Centennial building and putting grass in and stuff like that with a lot of volunteers. There was a situation where people burned down our playgrounds over at Andrews Park, but who was out there but some of us people from Vacaville to help fix the problems? Instead of protesting and arguing and blaming everybody, we all should work together. And I also believe that the council people that maybe aren't, as I've heard over and over again, supporting other groups, we really need to look at what we need to do and take care of our city, because Vacaville is a great place. And most importantly, going after and attacking people to get them terminated is not the way we do things. We don't have people here that are not doing the right things for our city. I'll relieve that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Sarah Dennison, I'll open your mic.
May I be heard?
Yes, go ahead.
Great, thank you. So I've heard a lot of interesting comments from people who sound to be older white men in Vacaville who believe that people in this community, young, old, black and white, who are standing on the side of racial justice, just need to shut up and let Vacaville police brutalize them while they're trying to do community service events. To the old man that said young people don't have a good head on their shoulders and they need to help the community instead of attacking it, I want to remind you what folks were doing when they were arrested by the Vacaville Police Department. They were doing outreach to unhoused people in your town. So before you get on the call and say that local activists just want to burn down everything and destroy our community, who are the ones out there lifting up community members? Who are the ones filling in the gaps of public infrastructure that goes unfunded while police department gets millions of dollars to fuel their militarized brutality against the very citizens of this town? Who is uplifting the community and who is pushing around those who are the most marginalized and the most vulnerable? It's pretty clear that Vacaville police are the ones who are violent. not the young people in this community and their allies who want it to be a safe place for everyone. Because I don't know about you, but nothing makes me feel less safe than white men with guns who've been emboldened to think that they can do whatever they want and get away with it. Because guess what? They can. When the police go unchecked time after time again for the acts of violence they commit against women and people of color, it becomes the culture. The culture of policing in America is rooted in white supremacy, patriarchal violence. And it's pretty clear to me that that's the case when the only people licking the boots of Vacaville PD are old ass white men. When everybody else in this community can look at video evidence of the harm they cause to people and say, maybe we should do something about this. It's the people who profit most from violent policing who are the ones who are capable of seeing the facts of the harm they do to our communities. Thank you.
Next caller, please.
Caller ending in 219, I'll open your mic.
Go ahead, caller. Caller. I see you're unmuted. Let's move to the next caller.
Hello?
Oh, there you are. Go ahead, ma'am.
Sorry,
Can you
please go
hear me?
ahead and
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Hi, this is not my first time calling into a city council meeting. I've been to ones in the past. I would like to say that, you know, in the past, I have said that these issues are not going away, and that is very evident. We have heard a lot of differing sides this time, which isn't usual. And the ones that I've been to before, most of the voices have been talking about defunding the police, and they have been talking about the abuses that they have either witnessed or have had themselves. And I would like to address people saying that Voices of EV is not the voice of Vacaville, when most of the time that is the voice that comes and calls in and gives their constructive criticism to the city council. These are Vacaville residents. These are people with issues that they would like solved. These are not outsiders. These are not people coming in from other towns. These are your residents asking for change. And they have plenty of video evidence, plenty of anecdotal stories of instances in which they were brutalized. There's been a video circulating of what happened last Sunday. Police in riot gear hitting young women with batons. I understand that these are people that, you know, they can experience fear, but I find it strange that they experience fear in the face of unarmed, you know, 20-something-year-old women with a video camera. And they feel that that fear is prompting them to beat them with wooden broomsticks. That is not the type of job that they should be paid for. This is absolutely ridiculous what we're seeing in the city. And I would like to address the people that are calling in and saying that they don't understand how to explain to their children what's going on, that their town is not what it used to be, that they are upset that people are disrupting them going out to eat. These are issues that are so very trivial when compared to the livelihood, the financial stability, the helping of the houseless people, the abuse seen on like animals and people from the police department. Why are we so concerned about these trivial issues when people are actually giving evidence of being brutalized and having trumped up charges against them.
Your 3
just to
minutes
keep them
are up.
quiet.
Can we have next caller, please? Thank you.
Lucas Carbone, I'll open your mic.
Hello, I'm calling on the matter of the VPD's treatment of Voices of Vacaville, Sun and associated legal observers with the National Lawyers Guild. In the past week alone, VVPD's arrested members of Voices of VV while feeding the unhoused. They've kettled and harassed protesters with Sun marching peacefully on sidewalks and on private property with the homeowner's consent. They've arrested legal observers with the National Lawyers Guild attending this aforementioned protest. Vacaville PD may claim this is legitimate, but it's abundantly clear that police harassment, persecution, and violence against these groups has nothing to do with any alleged non-existent crimes, but rather for political dissent. As long as most of the Vacaville City Council continues to allow VVPD's reign of terror against these dissidents to remain unchecked, and individuals like the one public commenter who felt free to threaten vigilante violence, the same violence of the white mob terrorizing Black and brown communities in America for centuries and Vacaville for decades, this repression of dissent and reign of fascistic terror will continue. The Vacaville City Council must take necessary steps to ensure these groups remain free to express political dissent in Vacaville. Thank you.
Next caller, please.
Desmare, sorry if I mispronounced your name. I'll open your mic.
Hello, my name is Juan Damaris, owner of Primo's Barbershop here in Vacaville, resident for 30 plus years. Today I would like to change subjects slightly and talk about small businesses, directly addressing the cease and desist that has not been addressed. And if it has been addressed, it seems to be just words and not actions. All the council members, including the mayor, have unconstitutionally served my shop with a cease and desist. Again, I think it goes back to poor leadership. We need more people on the board and on the councils that will adhere to good leadership. And another example, going back to the protest, fences around of our city council, as well as our entire city hall, seems a bit absurd. It shows a lack of leadership. Although I am very pro-police, I think 99.9% of all of the police officers work extremely hard and are extremely great citizens. The leadership to allow these protesters to have any amount of pull to get away with the actions that they did, and in response fence off an entire block is somewhat embarrassing. Again, shows weak leadership. This leadership that I'm talking about needs to come out and say, hey, this is a city where small businesses can do business, that we want small businesses here. We will not arbitrarily discriminate against these businesses for whatever reason. I've served my country. I've served my state. I've served my county. And to be slapped with a cease and desist and now have my business license revoked, my establishment license revoked by the state, as well as my barbering license, all due to Vacaville and the city attorney and the city manager and the city mayor and the city police chief deciding to serve my shop only with a cease and desist. Again, shows weak leadership. I think that Voices of Vacaville is definitely not how most Vacaville citizens feel. They're quite immature, and all their protesting will lead to nothing but more division and hate. And I think that all council members need to stand up and make a statement against them. And if they're unwilling to, they need to express why they're unwilling to. The constituents that you guys serve need a voice, and so far, words are not working and action needs to be addressed. Silence equals complicity, and I yield my time.
Next caller, please.
Ravante Robinson, I'll open your mic.
Yeah, so nice to hear Primo call in. That's what's up. Just so everyone knows that there's a District 2 election coming up And I'm going to throw my support behind whoever is down with defunding the police. So tell Joe, keep that in mind. But I just want to say to everyone who's called in support of the police, you want to know something funny? The police have not arrested a single person for the vandalism, the thing that y'all are all up in arms about. But Vacaville PD themselves has been acting unlawfully over these past couple weeks. And another thing that you all should know, all of you people been calling over here, y'all must be from either Solano Community Awareness or Vacaville, but y'all are all stupid. How many of you came over here talking about Jeanette Wiley and me and Nolan Sullivan in pictures? Do you guys know that that was from an RBG vigil? A RBG vigil, not a Black Lives Matter protest. So get your facts straight before you try to come over here and try to call people up like me out. That first lady who talked about me, called me out by name, she need to get off my nuts. There are 3 different groups in Vacaville who are doing amazing work. They're doing way more work for the community and the people than all these Solano community fat white people who are sitting here licking the police's balls right now. And no, don't.
I'm sorry, Mayor, did you say something?
I was just asking to be more polite.
Okay.
You can bring it back on.
Thanks for cutting into my time. So everyone wants the people in council to denounce Voices of VV, which is a different group from the Facebook group Voice of Vacaville, dumbasses. But the new people on the council, they need to speak up for the actions that the police have committed over the past week. There's a video of me on Vacavillian right now, and it was very out of context. What people failed to see was the hours of harassment before that by Vacaville PD. And people are more afraid of my language than they are of police abusing their power and having riot cops on the street for peaceful protests and for houseless outreaches. VVPD is just right now trying to satisfy the racists in town, which means they should just probably change their name to the Vacavillian PD. I was also support anyone who runs against Ron Roulette. You're a terrible mayor, and you need to quit trying to peace police me. The police, it's funny how they've been arresting BLM supporters who had nothing to do with the vandalism, or they don't have any links to it, at least, you know. But they didn't, there were also windows broken in people's cars on November 1st and 2nd. No Trump supporters were arrested for that. And don't you find that funny? And it's,
your time is up. Next caller, please.
Delana Knox, I'll open your mic.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Hi, when you hear them talking about a targeted Black woman, they're talking about me. I guess I'll open up like all the other bootlickers. I also grew up in Vacaville. I have a baby. I'm raising a family here. Yeah. Y'all need to stop drowning in propaganda. Get off of Facebook because it's giving me very much racist and anti-Black vibes. Now I'm going to get to this Sunday, the topic of the night, right? Vacaville PD did an entire surveillance operation on our houseless outreach event. I don't know what kind of terrorists you think we are, because I know you're as ignorant as everyone else on this city council meeting. We were serving the community. You targeted us, you followed us. You pulled over a car for expired tags. We came to record. Then you pulled up Lieutenant White Horse, White Hall, White, whatever the heck. I won't cuss. I'm good. Lieutenant, whatever the hell your name is. You pulled up, declaring it an unlawful assembly for 6 people standing on the sidewalk recording a traffic stop. You forced us to go down an alley and threatened us with arrest. Of course, you got all the gear on, the helmets, the batons, the names covered up, and the badge numbers covered up. You did not call for backup. You mobilized an entire field team for us. Forced us down an alley. We come join the other people who were already watching, the people that y'all pulled over and wouldn't let leave. We joined them. The riot cops followed us. They pushed us into the street. Then they pushed us again for recording. Then a group of police swarmed me. And you can hear an officer say, yes, her, grab her. And we got more footage coming tonight. So don't even worry about it. There will be no confusion. Y'all targeted me and you continue to target me. You had your knee in my back. We all had bruises. 2 people's fingers were bleeding. Vacaville PD called Solano County Jail requesting that I be isolated from the other people. For what? Then you requested that we be released at different times and arranged rides for us, or make sure that we had rides so that we don't come back. Ain't nobody coming back to jail. So all I have to say, John Carly, we want you out. And I'm not afraid of you. And y'all are hella racist. And Voices of EV is hella sexy. I yield my time.
Next caller, please.
Sarah Palmisano, I'll open your mic.
Hey guys, can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Okay. I got a couple things just to kind of echo the sentiment that's been made. I and a couple other community folks organized the Ruth Bader Ginsburg Candlelight Vigil. A little tough because it was at the end of the summer. We don't really have dark, so there were candles around. I'm perfectly happy to send pictures and videos of Jeanette speaking. At that rally, Rovante offered his loudspeaker because we were turned down by the city to have power turned on for a peaceful vigil for a woman that we all respected having passed. Number 1. Number 2, I'm looking at Nolan Sullivan's Facebook page, and I'm going to read you guys what he said. Today's display of courage and love is such an amazing counter to the lawlessness. This is about the MLK speech on Monday, I believe. Violence and hate we have seen in our country, our state, and sadly, Vacaville. Violence, hatred, and chaos cannot be accepted. The assault on our downtown police department in City Hill last night cannot be tolerated. The violent attack on protesters 2 weeks ago cannot be tolerated. The events we all witnessed last week at our nation's capital cannot be tolerated. We collectively need to turn down the heat and let some of the steam out of the pot. The community and the nation is at a boiling point, and we all have a part in condemning violence, any violence, and encouraging dialogue and hard conversation. We are better than this. We are more alike than we are different. And again, Vacaville, we have to do better. To everyone on the call who is white, consider how you feel in your, heightened state downtown right now. That's what it's like to be a person of color in Vacaville. That's what they face every day leaving their home. So this may be an interesting learning experience for you all to feel that kind of powerlessness and that kind of helplessness. All of the comments about Jeanette and Nolan are, slander. What more do you need from them? They, support human rights, and they're vocal about that. And I believe that should be commended. Thank you.
Next caller, please.
Lucy, I'll open your mic.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm getting kind of frustrated because I'm hearing a lot more from the other side of like, oh no, support the police, whatever. And the narrative that they're giving, I want to make sure that the council isn't getting swayed by that, because I feel like BLM supporters and the people who've been protesting and doing outreach, I feel like we're being demonized, and it doesn't make sense why. Because from my understanding, Voices of Vacaville had nothing to do with the vandalism of Vacaville PD. And yet most of the callers that are calling in support of the police are saying that, oh, it was Voices of Vacaville, they need to blah, blah, blah. They are not speaking for the people. That's not accurate. And I need you guys to make sure that you're listening to us. It's not just, okay, sorry. I've got a lot of anxiety going on, trying to keep it focused. I also want it to be pointed out that some of the callers were ageist remarks. We're all grown ass adults. We pay taxes here. I have been married and divorced. Like, this whole notion that BLM supporters are immature and unwise, it completely discredits us. And that is inaccurate. And it also discredits our children, because our children, probably from the age of maybe 8, they're pretty cognitive. They know what's going on. So even if we had 12-year-olds in the road doing what we're doing, they would still be on the right side of history. So I don't want to hear this talk about, oh, the kids and the parents and the blah, blah, blah. No. And I'm also tired of parents using kids as an excuse to not have the hard conversations about police brutality, racism, sexual assault even. That stuff all needs to be addressed. And I really want to make sure that the city council knows that BLM supporters and Voices of Vacaville and Sun and all of us doing outreach and protesting for racial equality, we need to stop being demonized and we need to be protected too. I yield my time.
Okay, next caller.
Caller with initial B, I'll open your mic.
You're still muted, caller.
Good evening.
There you are.
First of all, I want to start off by saying thank you to Mayor Roulette and City Council. It's time right now for us to get busy or just get out of the way. The leadership who won't denounce the violence. You each swore an oath of loyalty or of affirmation, and it's time to find a solution to defend the citizens in Vacaville and the state of California like you swore that you would do. The town must unite and not divide any further, as we know this is coming to a violent head based on the recent events and even callers advocating against agencies. Voices of Vacaville, it doesn't matter what title you want to go under. It doesn't matter if you are Black Lives. It does not matter. We are all one. You do not speak for me. I was a homeowner in Vacaville. I lived on Markham. I lived on Bennett Hill, and I lived on Brown Street. I have a child of color. I know the diversity and I know the hatred that people get, but this is not a solution. Violence is not the answer. And I commend our police officers who are standing steadfast against the stress that they are under as they are being followed, their license plates recorded, their families being terrorized. Enough is enough. I ask for each one of our city council members tonight to give us a definitive answer on where you stand so that we cannot sit here and wonder what the solution and the resolution is going to be. We do not want the outcome to be bloodshed. And that is where you can see tonight clearly by each individual that has called in under whatever they want to call themselves. They are calling in with hatred in their heart. And when we put hatred in our heart and we bend, we don't break as a United States citizen. We don't bend as citizens, period. And we don't break ever. Now, I sent my email in to Mr. Roulette, and I ask that you read that email and take into consideration tonight, before any decision is made, that you are doing your duty, just as Carly, you're doing a great job. Stand your ground. Support your officers. You each on the board swore that oath. Whatever responder you are, whatever military branches that you have been in, you swore the oath of affirmation. Stand by it. Don't worry about what other people say. I yield my time.
Next caller, please.
Caller with initial J, I'll open your mic.
Hi, I am just calling. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great. I'm just calling, like many of the other people, to express my outrage at the behavior of your police department. And I'd also like to say to the citizens of Vacaville who are on this call, I absolutely agree. You should be ashamed of living in the city that you live in, but not for the reasons that you think. Your rerouting on your way to a restaurant pales in comparison to what the Black and brown citizens of your neighborhood have to deal with every single day. As many have said, Sunday was a mutual aid event in which these community members sought to serve the unhoused members of your community that you all continuously neglect and ignore. And they were met with brutality, harassment, intimidation, And this has all been continued week after week after week. For those of you calling this group a terrorist organization, I really challenge you to just simply pick up a dictionary. I also challenge you to look at your neighbors who are really the ones who continue to terrorize peaceful protesters, who show up at these protests week after week with weapons, with malintent. To the woman who just said that there are people coming into this meeting with hate in their heart. I don't think hate is the word. Frustration, disgust, disdain, yearning for justice. I think those would be the words. Some of it could be hate, because if your loved ones are being brutalized frequently, you would have a bit of hate in your heart too. But what we really want is justice. We want John Carly gone. We want the police defunded, because 40% of a budget, as somebody said earlier, is absolutely preposterous and ridiculous. So that can be fixed. Oh, and while we're here, we'd also like justice for Kaylee Jefferson Hinkle, whose murder still has not been investigated, and who by no means committed suicide. So while you're at it, y'all can launch that investigation as well, and I yield the rest of my time.
Next caller, please.
Tupac Amaru, I'll open your mic.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. I want to address basically the community in Vacaville that doesn't understand why they are protesting. You know, I think that there needs to be context, because we don't live in vacuums. People don't just throw tantrums for no reason. You know, I blame our outdated educational infrastructure. So I think what first people don't realize, you know, historic, they don't understand history, like the historical context. Police, or their origin is in slave catching. Through the 13th Amendment, they basically rebranded it to criminality. So anytime people equate like legality with morality, it's wrong. You know, slavery was legal, segregation was legal. These people who defend Blue Lives Matter, they would have defended segregation. The people who say, do your job, you know, you're supposed to slave catch, do your job, you're supposed to keep them segregated from us. They would have upheld that, because they do not understand how their morality is intertwined with legality and criminality. These are issues, you know, that they need to realize themselves. And I'm not trying to hurt anybody, but this causes pain in a community, and you not understanding causes more pain. You thinking that your children hearing fuck, you know, in the street is so offensive that it, you know, it scares you. That's your biggest fear. People are fearing for their children's lives. Understand that there's a privilege in that difference. Just like I understand that I have a privilege as a guy. You know, we all have privileges. We need to acknowledge this. Also, I want to address what happened specifically on Wednesday, the 20th, when the event had not even started. I showed up to drop a speaker. The police, as soon as I parked, because I realized I couldn't double parallel park, come and surround my car. This is an intimidation tactic. That is what set off everything. The community member came to make sure they weren't harassing us, because that's what it looked like it would have been outside. Thank God it wasn't. Once the community members came to our aid, these over-militarized wannabe stormtroopers come and start harassing everybody. They try to push us. They're basically trying to intimidate us and provoke us. That's not mediating. That's not conflict resolution. People, if they were trained, if they actually like had a better like understanding of why, they would be like, try to engage and discuss. They don't have the training to discuss. It's not like their training is to instigate. They wanted to arrest people that night, and they did. Somebody who was just there watching and observing. On the next day, the Sunday, the 24th, you know, these things like they are out there creating.
Sir, your 3 minutes are up. Next caller, please.
Michelle Schroeder, I'll open your mic.
Hi, I actually want to elaborate on what the previous speaker was saying. I was observing the protest in front of City Hall on January 20th, and the city should be very concerned about the lack of accountability for the police department and the actual escalation of a protest by the police when the protest hadn't started yet. Now, I didn't participate in this protest myself. The protest was only about 20 people, but I watched the police order the protesters to disperse after the events of what the previous speaker was just saying. And when the protesters tried to disperse by crossing the street back to their cars, the police actually ran ahead of the protesters and blocked them from crossing the street. I then observed this contingent of police who were in full riot gear do this again and again, ordering the crowd to disperse and then preventing them from being able to do so. So by the end of the night, the Vacaville police had forced the protesters to march around a full city block until they were back in front of City Hall, which only served to heighten everyone's anxiety, and it failed to de-escalate the situation or let the protesters even return to their cars. There was no reason to force the protest all the way down Elm Street and then back again to City Hall, except to terrorize a peaceful assembly of protesters. The city of Vacaville must hold its police department accountable for this disturbing police misconduct, and the city itself must be held to answer why it approves of this kind of antagonizing and ultimately useless police tactic. People on this call have been advocating for sides to come together and to reconcile, but this cannot happen when the police themselves do not know how to de-escalate a situation. Thank you.
Next caller, please.
Melinda Lopez, I'll open your mic.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Yeah, so I just didn't think I was going to really say much of anything today. I've lived in Vacaville like many people. I've been here for 43 years. You know, and someone said it earlier that all sides seem to have lost respect for each other. I think as a council, you're just, you know, I would love to see Sullivan and Wiley obviously be able to give their piece. It's just saddening to see a lot of the different perspectives. And I do think we have to be very concerned as a city with the lawsuits that could just eventually be a concern. What I can say is I am Mexican. I grew up here, what broke through many ceilings. You know, my son was also killed. So I'm someone that has dealt with different levels of, you know, racism and just being who in perspective of being a mother of a child that was a homicide. All I can encourage is I am very much for Black Lives Matter. I do hope that this gave awareness for Haley Jefferson Henkel. The events that did happen on January 18th that happened to the police department was very saddening. That should never have happened. And I'm not saying it was part of the, I don't know which group it was. Obviously, they're very covered up. There hasn't been any arrests. But I don't want to see that happen in Vacaville either. There's definitely a lot of hostility, and that's a big concern, but that's not just hostility in Vacaville. Obviously, it's throughout the whole nation. It's within churches, it's within just in general people. So I hope that people just look at the level of character of individuals. I went to high school and elementary school with many people. And so people that are within the police department, I know they're very good people. So it does hurt me to see some of the comments that are made as far as, you know, as far as saying, you know, they need to quit. There's very much individuals I would say, please do not quit. I went to school with Lieutenant Pullen, very good man. I think whoever he approached at the restaurant, he's actually someone that would be very open to having a sit-down conversation with. You know, I went to school with other police officers and I thank them for who they are. But like I said, in every situation, not every person is of a great character. And so if you know that, then put the complaints in. You know, as far as the police department go, you know, covering up their badges, things like that, it doesn't look right, you know? So I do think that Vacaville has to look at a level of change. There has to be a level of acceptance of, you know, I do believe in affirmative action. I'm someone that also advocates to promote that, you know, we need to have a better, broader idea and accept other people for what they're standing for. And as long, you know, hopefully it's continues to be peaceful. So, you know, thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Shannon Danley, I'll open your mic.
Good evening, Mayor Ron Roulette, Vice Mayor Nolan Sullivan. You know, I've listened to this whole thing, and I've heard a number of members from the community speak out against different issues and different topics. And it puzzles me how we have all these long-time standing members in Vacaville who are concerned with what protesters have done, which they're being accused of something that the police never actually made a direct point to who actually did vandalize our police department. I do know, I've heard people talk about defunding the police. It's a number of comments being made. And as I've said before, this city is a ticking time bomb. You know, they want to speak to what Voices of Vacaville is doing. I applaud them. I served this country proudly in the military for 8 years. They have a right, a constitutional right. The same way we had a bunch of Trump protesters in the park and there was no police around. You know, everybody is entitled to their constitutional right. And I'm all for them protesting. Regardless if, you know, people want to complain about pictures being taken, it's about change, you know, and to say just do better, people need to start doing the opposite of what they're doing. The citizens who live here in Vacaville that are complaining about the protesters need to open their eyes. If they're fearful, they need to understand how being Black or Latino in this community is waking up in fear every day. This is not their community. This is a different world and different time. People just need to open their eyes. We're always going to have hate. We're always going to have racism. None of this stuff is ever going to change. But we do have to figure out a common ground where we can work together and live amongst each other. And hopefully people take that to heart. Because we have Blacks who are moving here, Latinos moving here, every race. If Vacaville is really going to change, then they need to take that stance and say, we condone any of this nonsense that's going on. As far as our police force, people are going to be against them. And people want to stand up and say, protect the police. They signed up for that job. Most of them don't belong. And you know, honestly, you have some that are good, but you have them bad seed. And that's throughout every facet of life. We just need to eliminate them bad seed. I yield my time.
Next caller, please.
Sid, I'll open your mic.
Hi. So your inner racism is starting to come out. While you pretend to back the blue, you're actually revealing that you believe in maintaining white supremacy. You sound not only dumb, but ignorant. Do yourself a favor and open your eyes. Voices of VV has never been violent. The police beat them, tackle them, harass them, and disrespect them. This is not your city. This is not your land. You've benefited off of the oppression of people darker than you for years, whether you know it or not. You are an oppressor. Dear white people, you are not oppressed. You are not in danger. You are the oppressor. Vacaville Police Department pushed civilians so hard, I thought they would never get back up. I know your small pea-sized brain can't handle the idea that people of color have less privilege than you, but it's about time that you get with it because Black liberation is coming. Protests are the start of change. It's how this very country you love was founded. For you to denounce protesting as a white American is flat out embarrassing. I'm embarrassed for you. How can you have all this privilege yet not possess a single decent education? Embarrassing. You're upset that groups in Black clothes are gathering in the street, but when hundreds of white, maskless, Trump-supporting, ignorant, disgusting, filthy white supremacists gather in Andrews Park, all of a sudden you turn the other way. You're a hypocrite. You're a filthy liar, and you're a filthy, lying, fascist supremacist. How dare you continue to denounce Voices of VV for trying to get justice to a senior airman whose murder was covered up by your beloved police? On January 24th, I witnessed the Vacaville Police Department commit an actual hate crime. Not just spray paint or so-called vandalism, but a genuine ill-intentioned hate crime. They beat, dogpiled, falsely arrested, targeted, and harassed Vacaville community members, and we caught their ass in 4K. For you all to continue to deny these facts is concerning. You either need to check your glasses or check yourself because this is outrageous. When's the last time your city council fed the houseless or genuinely cared about anything besides money or themselves? They shoved a Black mother to the ground and kneeled on her back as if she was cardboard. You protect us, but you have failed. You have failed at your rather basic job. And to all of the citizens who still deny the police brutality from the Vacaville Police Department, I envy you. Life is so much simpler when you're ignorant. Don't ever disrespect Voices of VB again. And to the dumbass who said he moved here from Vacaville for Vacaville protection, that's called white privilege, you moron. And if Vacaville is so safe, then ask your police department what happened to Kaylee Jefferson Hinkle. I yield my time.
Next caller, please.
Zita Manzo, I'll open your mic.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, so in regards to storefronts that need to be protected, I recently entered a storefront not too long ago for a simple haircut. Some of you may know of this establishment. Entering, I was appalled to see none of the patrons, including the employees, wearing masks. It is public knowledge that this is a regulation that should be enforced for the safety of the citizens of Vacaville. As a transgender individual, I was welcomed with stares, gawking, and scoffs. Claims that these are the type of businesses that deserve protection rather than the protection of marginalized individuals that peacefully protest as well as provide for the community is truly shameful. John Carley and his police department need to be held accountable for their blatant unjust behavior. Sidewalk chalk, critical of the police is not a crime. I encourage community members in this meeting to not only educate themselves on the truth behind the volatile actions of the police in general, but to also educate themselves on proper verbiage when speaking to elected city officials in a council meeting. Thank you.
Next caller, please.
Matt, I'll open your mic.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Hi, so this is the first time I've ever jumped on one of these. I've been a citizen of this town for about 32 years, left for about 8 to serve my country. Thought I'd move back here because this is the place that I grew up and the place that I loved. Back history on me is my family comes from Mexico and the Dominican Republic. So I don't have the white privilege, or I'm not a crusty old white man like most of these people have been throwing their insults out all day, but no solutions. We're not going to get anywhere, and we're not going to move forward anywhere if people don't start bringing solutions to the table, because you can complain all day long. Most of these people that are speaking here tonight, I've heard 3 people speak like somewhat of a leader, or that they have some background in leadership. Most people can't even refrain from using a swear word or an insult in the process. It's pretty sad that this is kind of where we're at in today's society. We're in a lawless, misinformation, everything is the race card type society today. And this is a direct result of it. What happened at the PD the other day, it leaves me kind of awestruck, because that's the police department. How is it that nobody was able to catch anybody from breaking their way into the police department and then taking the time to vandalize it? I know this is just one of many small issues that we're talking about here, but it starts here. And the problem is there's a big lack in accountability. There's a big lack in transparency, and there's a even bigger lack in leadership. Most of you that sit on city council, I've looked at your guys' backgrounds. I've looked at your guys' resumes. Leadership is lacking. And I'll admit, it lacks in the police department too. Accountability lacks in the police department. We don't always get it right. But if you guys actually stop and take a second here and think about what our city would look like without law enforcement, you're opening a door wide open for us to look like some areas of Mexico, Afghanistan, Iraq, where there is no justice, there is no law. So think about that before you guys just are so quick to dismiss everything that you don't like or don't agree with. Just because you don't like something or don't like someone's opinion doesn't mean that you can just erase them from their position or any of that other stuff. So I encourage everybody that was on this call tonight to take a reflection in the mirror and ask yourself, what solutions are you bringing to the table? I've heard nothing but complaints and insults all night long. but I haven't heard but maybe one solution. Maybe some people do need to retire, because I know that there are a lot in leadership positions that can retire now if they'd like to. But accountability needs to start happening. And I do agree with some of the people that stood on here tonight and said, you all need to, and you all have a responsibility to publicly announce where you stand.
3 minutes are up, sir. Thank you very much. Next caller.
Natalia, I'll open your mic.
Good evening. My name is Natalia Itzali Cerrato. I'm a Vacaville resident and concerned constituent. I am acknowledging we are all in the Patwin tribe territory on stolen indigenous land. Local activists and community organizers being criminalized by the Ku Klux Klops is expected. Brutality is encouraged and enforced by systems of white supremacy. Defund the Vacaville PD. Invest in parks and schools. Black Lives Matter. Abolish ICE. Land back.
Okay, next caller.
Caller ending in 723, I'll open your mic. Caller ending in 723, you may need to press *6 to unmute.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Sure. I would just like to say anyone who supports individuals or groups who terrorize and vandalize public or personal property is complacent to their actions. Be careful who you support, as it may come back to haunt you, like the cities of Seattle and Portland. So my comment is support the police. That's it.
Next caller.
Joe Valenzuela, I'll open your mic.
Good evening, Council. Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Well, I'm glad I finally got called. My goodness, listening to all these issues, it just takes me back to the fact that these are the same issues that we've heard for countless years. As I said, my name is Joe Valenzuela. I've lived in this city. This is my 60th year here. Grew up here, went to school here, graduated here. Started my career here, but then left to the city of Sacramento, where I stayed for 25 years. I am a retired police administrator, and I've been involved in many protests in Sacramento. Protests that they're saying that are here are minuscule compared to what I've seen, including the 2004 ministerial conference where we had tens of thousands of protests, and I was in command of many officers. So my message here is really simple. I think the people that are calling, certainly I've heard these arguments before. There's a court of law that can mitigate these things. All the complaints that I've heard, none of them are illegal. These tactics have been shown and proven in courts of law over the years. And to Chief Carley, I was a educator here at the college. Chief Carley was a student of mine. What I say is continue the pressure, continue to provide for all of us that have been here for many years, living in the city, because we believe this is a safe city. We will continue to support the police department. I'm calling on all my friends that have been here in this city as long as I have, the Murillo family, Francis, the Vasquez family. I'm one of those, I guess, old ass Mexicans. I'm not a white guy, and I feel perfectly safe here in this city. My parents picked tomatoes here, and we cut apricots. So, Chief Carley, we support you. We will continue to support you. Ron, I've been asleep. I can't tell you how disappointed I am with some of these elections, and I will be getting involved in this District 2 because that's my district, and I'm going to make sure that the people that I know in this city are going to support law enforcement who's elected to District 2. And hello to some of my students that are out there. I've heard a couple of you on this chat already, so I know my time is up, but again, I support the police department, and I'm encouraging all longtime Vacaville's people to support the police department. Come on out and get involved. Thank you and good night.
Next caller, please.
Chris Cisneros, I'll open your mic.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so since before the George Floyd murder, Vacaville has always been known as the place where if you're Black or brown, that you don't really want to go. I mean, it used to be said anecdotally, oh, do we want to stop in Vacaville? Oh, no, I don't want to deal with the cops today. You can get pulled over for things like something hanging on your rear view mirror, cracked windshield. I've had for tape on my seatbelt. I don't know, the ridiculous excuses that they've used to pull people of color over in Vacaville. So that is a very well-known thing. After the George Floyd murders, though, people have asked for change. They've been asking for change. Now I'm hearing people say that they're fed up with people asking for change. Okay, so if we're fed up, then we need to do something. We need to work together. That's why these people were elected. So, you know, if you like it or not, the people spoke, the people voted, the people elected Nolan, Jeanette, Wiley, Mike, Silva. They have denounced the violence that has happened. You guys have been spreading misinformation, and this is really, really dangerous. All I've heard is misinformation be spread, and no one's saying anything. The picture of Ramonte and Jeanette at an RBG vigil is, and now you're calling him a terrorist, someone that feeds the houseless community once a week, that, you know, spreads awareness about what's going on in the town and is asking for change and accountability. And you guys are over here saying, no, we don't want change. We want things to stay the same. We want things to be just like how it was before 20 years ago. And you think this is acceptable? Like, listen to yourselves. This is going to come out tomorrow on YouTube. And I really want you guys to listen to what you're saying. You're asking for things to be the same. You're asking for people to stop complaining about being terrorized by police. Listen to what's going on. Remember, the riot is the language of the unheard, MLK Jr. So I'm not condoning the riot. I'm saying that hear the people. You're saying that things don't work. We went through civil rights. And you know what the solution is? Defund the police. It's been said multiple times. Solution, yeah, it's been told multiple times. So defund the police. We're going to keep standing our ground about talking about the police brutality and bringing awareness to it. That's not going to stop. Thank you.
Next caller.
Andrea, I'll open your mic.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so last meeting I had spoke and I had told you all that Vacaville was a sundown town, and Ron and John Carly proved me exactly right when Carly sent police and the riot team for a van of brown people trying to get to a protest. I told you all to do better, and the actions of Wednesday and Sunday only prove that you are not willing to understand nor work with us. I had told you to be held accountable. You need to be held accountable for these actions. And you don't want to work with us. And I'm going to speak for myself because I was at the protest. And the anger I felt on Wednesday is unparalleled. These riot stormtroopers kettled me along with other protesters for over an hour. There were even vans for those speaking about Portland. Here is Portland. They had vans with doors open, with police hanging out to grab us in the street, in a residential area. This is Portland. You heard that, right? There was vans, just like Portland. So open your eyes. And these officers were coming to get us in the streets. I want this riot police to be held accountable for those actions of that night. along with their illegal taping of their names and badge numbers. I pleaded with these officers for over an hour to let us go, especially because my children were there. So all of you talking about you don't know how to talk to your kids about this, buckle in. Because I had my children on the other side of the road. And not only were adults harassed by the police and kettled by police, they also kettled a 6-year-old, a 7-year-old, and a 2-year-old. They kettled children. Okay? So I don't know who raised you, Ron, Lieutenant Donaldson, John, Carly. I don't know who raised you. Obviously, it wasn't your mother, because you wouldn't do this to a mother. You separated me from my children for over an hour and then had me harassed and had me stalked. And then when I asked the officers for their names, they would not speak to me. They did not remove their badge number, fucking stickers and stuff. No, they didn't. So I want you guys to sit here and you will listen, because my 7-year-old daughter, who was there, wants to let you guys know what she felt that night.
I'm Natalia. The cop were going towards my mom and I felt really sad. We fell and more police come when I was 5 in the house, and I was scared because
Ma'am, the 3 minutes are up.
Oh no, you gonna listen to my daughter. She thought she was gonna get shot in the head by your police officers. You will
Ma'am, your
listen
3
to
minutes
her.
are up.
No,
Next
no,
caller,
no.
please. Next caller.
Caller ending in 545, I'll open your mic.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, well, hi, my name is Phil. I don't normally get involved in this kind of thing, but due to recent events, I feel like I have a duty to my community. I'm a registered Republican. I've been a Vacaville local for over 15 years. I've had a lot of respect for our police force, and I just want to say how thankful I am to be given the opportunity to speak today. In this country, it should be all of our right to speak on what we believe in, even when those in charge disagree. Because in this beautiful country, it is our right as Americans. But lately, I've been seeing, though, with all of this town's police force, is a misuse of their power to silence American voices. My respect for our police just falls every day. I hear and see about all the harassment and, that young protesters face for doing the very thing this country is supposed to protect, which is to protect the First Amendment. Our police should be meeting the needs of the people, not rooting out opposing opinions. And the damages done to the station are a shame, but to expect anything else when you ignore the voices of patriots is stupidity at its finest. Any history book will tell you that. Any history book. I'm just ashamed of Vacaville's police force. They've shown themselves to be nothing but immature boys without a shred of humility. This is not the town I've grown to love, and I'm not the only one whose mind has changed about this police department for the worse, even though I seem to be the bravest to say it tonight, and that's all I have to say.
Next caller.
Carrie Delbridge, I'll open your mic.
Caller, you're on mute. Caller, you're on mute. Okay, next caller. Crystal? Crystal, are you there?
Beatrice Cadenas, I'll open your mic.
Thank you.
All right. Well, first, I'd like to say that, Ron, it's very disrespectful of you to turn off the mic when that little girl was simply trying to talk about what she had experienced. I get there are rules, but like, come on. Someone talked about solutions, and that's what I want to bring up today. Clearly, I don't know. So the city manager talked about something going on with the police last meeting, but I don't see anything being brought to the table. I really do think that a police oversight committee is necessary. This is the next step that you guys need to take. Someone needs to make a motion. Someone needs to make a resolution. City manager needs to get in on it. I don't know the process of it all, but it needs to happen. That's clearly what the residents are asking for. Second, transparency. Why are police officers covering their badges? And that is against Penal Code 83010. Look it up, Google it. It's a California Penal Code. You know, John Carly has like these statements on, you know, Vacaville Police Department page talking about transparency, but that is not transparency at all. And if you are going to cover up badges, then I ask you to put that on Facebook, make a statement on Facebook talking about why you're going to cover up your badges. I know you'll come up with some justification, as you always do. Third, what else I was going to say? Oh my God, I'm totally blanking out. It's been a long meeting. Yes, but police oversight committee, it's necessary. Oh, this is the other thing. There was a caller who talked about how she was maced, and then they brought the EMT or the ambulance or whatever, and now she has a bill. Vacaville PD, you have a lot of funds, so you better pay for that because she didn't consent to that. So you guys, the city needs to pay for it. Like, why we're in the middle of a pandemic, we don't know people's situation. Why are you putting more like economic strain on people when you don't even know their situation? Also, there's a lot of misinformation, and Vacaville PD, you need to, I don't know, you need to make a statement, or you need to do something right. Clearly, here you see that you have people who are mad at you on both sides. Like, all we're asking for is accountability, okay? And all we're asking for is transparency, okay? If these protests continue, it's because there hasn't been any accountability, there hasn't been any transparency. You guys continue to harass protesters who were just feeding houseless people, okay? Remember that. They're doing the work that I'm sure a lot of
Thank
all
you.
right.
Next.
Kennedy Meeks, I'll open your mic.
Hi, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, cool. First off, I'd like to emphasize what Natalia was saying and for everyone to give respect and recognize the land that Vacaville currently occupies is native land, not the white man's. Land back, 1312, Vacaville PD. There's absolutely no way in any way, shape, or form that you can sit there and justify the excessive force used against innocent civilians doing nothing but helping our houseless neighbors. I believe victims, and I want each and every single officer held accountable to the fullest extent. Period. And to the white cis bootlickers who have never experienced a sliver of oppression a day in their lovely little privileged lives, who said we have no respect, respect is earned, not given. But I don't have a drop of that for you or anyone else who's complacent in white supremacy and is more worried about being able to eat out in the middle of a panoramic silently than the physical safety of your locals at the hands of your crooked, organized gang. Oh, I mean police department. And with that being said, and in my most humble opinion, you're all a bunch of disgusting, wretched, bottom of the barrel, pussy-ass motherfuckers who all deserve to be put under the fucking jail.
Block it. Next person.
Caller ending in 535, I'll open your mic.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, let me take you off speaker. Okay, let me just start off with violence or destruction of any kind is not acceptable. My comment goes towards the racist hate group. Stop using the excuse of last Sunday that you were out feeding the homeless. There is no need to go out to the encampment after dark, especially if you have children with you doing a charitable act. Why not go in the early afternoon if you care so much? The only racism I am hearing is coming from this racist hate group towards white people. I do support and back our local police department in continuing to keep our city safe. I yield my time. Thank you.
Next caller, please.
Jeff, I'll open your mic.
Caller.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, my name is Jeff, and I'm a resident of Vacaville. Heard lots of cherry picking tonight. I just want to say I've witnessed this group from Andrews Park throughout town, spitting on people's vehicles, yelling, cussing at people driving by. I personally have had a rock or some other hard object thrown at my vehicle. A friend of mine's truck had his passenger window broken out Sunday before last on the way to work. I think of myself as a constitutionalist, and I believe the First Amendment is worth fighting for. I am 100% for people protesting peacefully. However, that goes out the window as soon as a crime is committed. This group has proven time and time again that they are not peaceful protesters. They are anarchists. This past Wednesday, I was dropping off used American flags at the Veterans Hall, and I witnessed this group throwing objects into the road. I don't know who or what they were throwing them at, but they were throwing objects into the road. These people are not peaceful protesters. They're either anarchists or domestic terrorists, whatever you want to call them. I've attended 3 separate true peaceful protests myself this past year with sometimes more than 30,000 people there. There was nobody tearing things up. This group has 20, 50 people, whatever, show up and has caused severe damage. Again, they're not peaceful protests. They have shown they are anarchists. To hear council members Sullivan and Wiley have endorsed this group or is silent, it makes me sick. I demand a vote from each council member, whether or not they endorse this group. That has been on video and witnessed by thousands of people destroying personal property. For this group to simply ignore the prelude leading up to these arrests or incidents with the police is like me driving my vehicle into a brick wall and wanting to know why my vehicle was destroyed. If you play with fire, you get burned. We must obey the laws of the land. I support the Vacaville Police Department and appreciate all they do. 90% of the city has your back. Is there any room for improvement? Hell yes, there is. But thank you for keeping us safe. I want to just leave with, through Wikipedia, a protester is a person who publicly demonstrates strong objection to something. A terrorist in the Wikipedia is a person who uses unlawful violence and intimidation, especially against civilians in the pursuit of political aims. And I yield my time.
Next caller, please.
Norma Cervantes, I'll open your mic.
Hi guys. I just wanted to say that, Vacaville is going to be in the news a lot soon because they're going to be exposed for the actions that the Vacaville PD have been committing over the past week. The cops have definitely crossed the line, and the police are radicalizing a lot more people against them than were before. You've even heard a Republican in here call and say that he was against the police too now. And also, the local media has been reporting some lies. They've just been giving the police a side of the story instead of the people who've actually were there at the events. The police were targeting Rovante on Wednesday, and it was very sad to see. I think that Poland and Imperial are mad because he's taller and sexier than them. He also tried his very hardest to keep us protesters safe from the police because they were harassing us and they were in riot gear and they were way outnumbering us. And he got us to safety. He's such a big, muscular man. And this is how you get more time.
Next caller.
Black Lives Matter, I'll open your mic.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi there. For full transparency, I live in Martinez, but I just give a shit about the surrounding areas. I have family in Vacaville. I find it really funny that callers are asking citizens to just go through a legal process to voice their dissatisfaction with the police when the wives and girlfriends can't even get any kind of justice. When their husbands, who are police officers, are beating them. The brotherhood of silence will always protect the brothers. I am a daughter of 2 police officers. Both of my parents are shining examples of why all cops are bastards. I absolutely believe in defunding the police. As far as the guy who's like, well, you got to come up with answers. That's not what this is. It's you are allowed to have criticism over something to make it better. James Baldwin says, if I love you, I must open your eyes to the things that you not see. That's what this is. I think that a lot of other cops who turn in other cops are also silenced, and that is the brotherhood of silence. That's what they do. You can't have accountability if there's just silence. It's bringing it all to the light, and that's what this is. I find that I'm glad one of the callers brought up that the police are slave patrol reincarnated. They protect and serve property, not people. That's why the whiny white people, fellow white people, I'm Mexican Jew, but I'm white passing, are so upset about, windows being broken and graffiti. I care more about the lives of people. The fact that we have, we're funding the police officers for having riot gear to brutalize us in the middle of a pandemic, and people don't have homes. And, newsflash, a lot more people are going to be homeless really soon because a lot of people aren't getting money. So, and I don't know if anybody else knows, but in 35 states, it is not illegal to rape those in custody. Cops are allowed to rape people in custody. It's a consent loophole. So I think it's really crazy to hear a fact like that and not be absolutely mind, blown that we want our cops to do better. We want them to be held accountable. And I mean, furthermore, I'd like them fully defunded because they're trash. I think it's crazy that people act like the cops aren't completely taxpayer funded. And that should be, it's we the people. We the people also fund the bullets and the riot gear that they use to brutalize us. We also pay for the settlements that silence their victims and pay for the state sanctioned violence. Scary words are scary words. And, people saying fuck the police, they're getting all upset because, somebody has an F word. It's Breonna Taylor was killed in the bed and she was asleep. That angers me a lot more than broken glass and angry words. Get your shit together. Fuck the police. I use my time.
Fantastic. Next caller.
Jim Ariel, I'll open your mic. Sorry if I mispronounced your name.
Hi, my name is Mari, and I'm just really concerned because I feel like folks don't really understand the meaning of violence. So I'll actually pull out a definition. Violence means behavior involving physical force intended to hurt, damage, or kill someone or something. That means that if I break a window, that's not violence, that's vandalism. And that distinction matters because you guys are prioritizing property over the lives of people. What you're saying is when people commit vandalism, that thus makes it okay for police to then brutalize them, to racistly target them, and to continually oppress them. And I just want to mention that nothing has been actually attached to Voices of Vacaville. Nobody has actually been charged with any of the vandalism. So by assuming that any of those folks were involved is jumping to assumptions which haven't been proven by a criminal justice system or by the police you claim to love so much. Moreover, I have some actual facts and statistics that don't come from Facebook.com. I actually have a bachelor's degree and I'm a law student. Yes, I'm young, but I'll be 23 with a law degree, and I won't be easily scammed by fake news on social media. So basically, a fact is that 40% of cops beat their wives. A fact is that the highest number of thefts in our country are actually asset forfeitures, which are done by the police. And here's the fact that I'm sure that the white folks who called in will care about. Cops kill a dog every 25 hours. And didn't a Vacaville cop just recently abuse a canine dog recently on the police force? And even if you guys don't like Voices Vacaville or Sun or whoever, why y'all ignoring the fact that the Vacaville Police Department literally arrested legal observers who are here to uphold that the Constitution and people's rights are being protected. Legal observers do not participate in protests whatsoever. Moreover, John Carley willingly admitted to a reporter that he was monitoring the people doing houseless outreach because that's what they were doing. And he used an organizer's expired registration as a pretext to stop and harass protesters. And I just want to emphasize, an expired registration is a correctable offense. That means that when you go into the courtroom, you can get that corrected by showing that you have a new registration. I went to I was at a protest where Trump rallies were there. They were drinking and driving. They even tried to run over protesters. They literally assaulted protesters. I was spit on, pushed, I had water thrown on me, but none of y'all are denouncing them. And didn't just a few weeks ago, y'all people go to the Capitol and were acting a fool in the Capitol? But you guys want to talk about law and order? You can't just support protests when they make you comfortable. Any uprising in American history, the underlying factor was the police. Any uprising in history, if there's any riot, if there's any looting, what caused it? Police brutality. And I'm sorry that you can't take your kids to dinner in the middle of a pandemic, and you shouldn't be anyways. But when I was 4 years old, I witnessed my first instance of racism when I had my hair cut off by a white girl in my class. And then when I was a child, I watched Oscar Grant get shot on national television. And when I was also a child, I had to experience racism. So I feel like you can explain racism to your child.
Time is up. Next caller, please.
Mel Howell, I'll open your mic.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
All right. I'd like to read an open letter to the City Council and citizens of Vacaville from a host of retired and former employees. Over the past year, the City of Vacaville has faced many unusual challenges and stressors, much like every other community in America. Fortunately, Vacaville started the year in a much better position than many other cities. As you know, Vacaville is renowned in California as one of the safest cities in the state and has held that distinction for many years. Maintaining that distinction is no small feat and requires constant vigilance on the part of leadership, frontline workers, and the community. Since the late 70s, Vacaville has been on the cutting edge in the deployment of resources with the goal of building a safe and secure environment for families to live and raise children. Vacaville deployed police officers and research personnel of public schools decades before it became a necessity for security reasons. The goal was to divert youthful offenders away from juvenile justice system while helping them to develop the skills of successfully navigate life. Hundreds, if not thousands, of young lives were positively influenced by forward-thinking decisions made long ago. Nearly as long ago, paramedics were deployed by fire department in an effort to make life-saving services readily available throughout the community. Paramedics now are so commonplace that no one thinks about cutting edge as they were 40 years ago. Innovations continued through the years with commitment to interventions in family abuse and neglect, seeking to interpret the cycle of violence that plagues so many families in America. Recognizing that family violence is closely related to substance abuse, the city was committed to seeking partnerships throughout the country to intervene in domestic violence and child abuse. Thousands of lives have been touched through these efforts to improve the quality of life in Vacaville. Youth service, counterforce, PAL, homeless advocacy, court liaison, gang intervention, and list goes on of programs designed first in Vacaville. They are nationally recognized programs for innovation and service These programs and many others in the city come at a great cost and sacrifice from throughout the city organization, often stretching resources. We mention these sacrifices and the hard work of hundreds of dedicated employees spanning years, because there are forces that work in our community and want to distract us, and some of you that distract in the city council, that the city and especially the police department are evil and unworthy of support. Across the country, government and especially police departments have been ridiculed. Weeks ago, the first professional men.
Sir, your time is up. Next caller, please.
Sparky, I'll open your mic.
Okay, hi. Just wanted to re-mention the fact that people still don't get it. I don't know how much simpler we have to be for y'all to understand that your police department needs to be defunded, but clearly they're not doing their job correctly. I thought I was pretty simple. I thought I laid it out nice and flat and easy for you. Actually, I want to target this one to Mr. Jeff Moorhead. You're a moron. The only terrorists in Vacaville are the police. This country that you love so much was founded on, and I quote, violent protesting. Since you denounced it, maybe you should denounce the entire country and give land back to the people it rightfully belongs to. But you don't want to do that, do you? So you're going to keep the country that you violently protested for. You sound dumb, and I suggest that you actually learn the facts and get off the Vacavillian because it's racist as racist. It's a racist Facebook group and you know it. And fuck the police.
Next caller.
Caller ending in 953, I'll open your mic.
Hello. I have been a Vacaville resident for about 15 years. I did not grow up here. I grew up in the San Francisco Bay Area, where it is very diverse. Maybe some of you would like to, some of you being the voices of Vacaville or BLM participants would maybe like to add to your knowledge of amazing Black leaders and educated men and women, and expand your horizon and find out some more about Larry Elder and Walter Williams or Thomas Sorrell, some amazing people that can teach you that you're not a victim, you're not oppressed, and you can do anything that you want to do. You can grab opportunities, you can make shit happen. Sorry. But I just want to quote something from Thomas Sorrell. And he says, civil rights used to be about treating everyone the same. But today, some people are so used to special treatment that equal treatment is considered to be discrimination. And here he says again, Thomas Sorrell, too many people today act if no one can honestly disagree with them. If you have a difference of opinion with them, you are considered to be not merely in error, but in sin. You are a racist, a homophobe, or whatever the villain of the day happens to be. This is somebody amazing that you guys should look into because you're not a victim. Look at how strong you guys are. Look at how you get together and you write scripts for each other. It is so obvious that you're reading from a script passed around to your group. That's called influence. That's called building each other up. But you know what's not good is when you're taking other people down. What I hear hate speech from all you voices of Vacaville is that all cops are bastards, ignorant, stupid, disgusting, evil, dumbasses. What is that? It's not unity. That's hate speech, period. And where will you be when the cops are gone?
Rick Elm.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to take a 10-minute break. And we have, right now, we have officially 16 callers left. We're going to cut it off at that 16 because we haven't even started business yet. So whoever is number 16, you're going to be the last caller. I believe Crystal's got that. We'll take a 10-minute recess. Okay, I'm going to bring it back to order. Crystal, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, let's continue on. We have, I think Rick Elm will be the last one.
Thank you. Caller ending in
Okay, go ahead.
597. In your mic.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, my name is Richard. I've lived in the area of Vacaville and around the area of Vacaville for the past 22 years. Before that, I've lived around the country, completely around the country, deep south, you name it. I have seen what real racism is. I've experienced good and bad. I've experienced my worst treatment as a European descent person from my fellow European descent persons. What I heard tonight in the hour plus that I've been listening to, the most racist people and hateful people I've ever heard call, the same people who physically attacked me in Vacaville, assaulted me and injured me, the same people calling themselves peaceful protesters that used very angry other protesters with them. And as it's on tape, you can find this on social media, they admitted themselves, the voices of Vacaville, and all their tapes and all their social media, they admitted themselves that they're purposely doing this, they're purposely sending the Antifa or whatever they want to call them, their friends, to assault and hurt those white racists, as they call us, those whatever choice names they use, always filthy, filthy words and filthy accusations. Pure hate. And they do purpose and intend to hurt people that get caught away from groups. They search you out. They want to create fear. I'm not afraid of any one of them, and they know it. They don't like me. They don't like me a bit because I don't care if they assault me. What I care is that we stop them from being able to promote this fear out of pure lies and pure hatefulness that they've been preaching. Okay? They announced their purpose and they announced their intent to do harm, to have no peace until they have their version of justice, which is basically every white human being dead that doesn't agree with them. That is at the heart and core of their message. Just look at their social media. That's what they're about. They announced the purpose of coming to Vacaville, of causing damage, vandalism, and harm to people that get in their way. And where I have a problem is I do believe in supporting the police and funding them. But right now, I'm struggling in the idea of funding the police if the police aren't going to do their job. Because by law, when you read the law, by law, because they all know the purpose to do what they did, even though only a few of them actually did it, they helped them do it. They organized it. They organized it. They planned it. All the vandalism, all the things they did, those are acts of terrorism. They were involved with the same group, the same black zebra that threw bottles in Sacramento at peaceful people filled with kerosene, followed by explosive devices. I was watching a brass band of Oriental people playing the Star Spangled Banner when they did this. And I was being called, and the Orientals playing the Star Spangled Banner will be called white supremacists. I'm like,
3 minutes, oh my God. Are up. Thank you. Next caller.
Anyways.
Next caller.
Andrew, I'll open your mic.
Is Andrew
Hello?
on?
Hello?
Oh, there he is. Go ahead.
Hi. Sorry, I was brutalized and arrested by Vacaville PD and their whole cadre on Sunday for trying to save my friend, and I've seen who they choose to protect. I will forever be traumatized by this event in my life. They choose to be complicit and protect those implicated in rape and murder. They choose to let real terrorists in their neighborhood, like Jacob Cantrell and his cronies, to mace a group of women. They choose to let thugs assault my friends with flagpoles on November 1st. They choose to levy exaggerated, bogus charges with high bail to target my friends. People in Vacaville pretend to love and support their troops, but Kaylee Jefferson Henkel is referred to by the denizens that live there as a criminal. In my cell, I've heard officers demean and laugh and make light of her death. They abuse animals, and I see a video of them hold down a man, forcing him to draw blood without his consent. They've killed 2 people experiencing mental health crisis. They have $42 million and are crying about property damage that isn't worth a drop in their bucket. The First, Fourth, and Fifth Amendment mean nothing to these tyrants. Penal Code 83010, which forbids police officers covering their badge numbers and names, which Vacaville has done on numerous occasions, means nothing to them as well. Vacaville PD chooses to not arrest people who try to murder us through vehicular homicide and drunk First Amendment protesters and drug people who mace people with insecticide. And they made me eat a sandwich full of gravel. I will never forgive them for that. It is not against the law to criticize law enforcement for being tyrants that abuse their authority and fail to do their jobs. They get paid 5 to 6 figures to bully people and let mothers who will never see their daughters again to grieve with unsolved answers, to hurt and target Black women, and to the victim-blaming community members who just want to ignore the systemic problems that Black and brown people face, who want us to shut up and fall in line and to stop speaking about the atrocities they commit and excuse and enable fascism. As long as this culture of state violence doesn't go away, the people will rise and they won't go anywhere. You are all upset about chalk, which can be washed away, and mean words and ruining dinner. You ask for law and order, but are in complete support of peace officers who don't keep the peace and antagonize. You ask for law and order, but are perfectly fine with officers breaking the law. You're fine with peace.
Can we have the caller?
Caller ending in 862, I'll open your mic.
Caller?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I would like to say that, sitting here through this meeting, we have heard numerous people speak. Yes, there are indifferences. Yes, there are problems. But right now, what we need solutions. We need definitive answers. A lot of people are standing or wherever they're at tonight talking about this meeting. Some of them are sitting together talking about this meeting. It's adamantly been posted that they're going to put it on YouTube. So I say to those people, let's get together, sit down, quit being divided. This is a diverse nation. The facts and figures that a lot of people are speaking about do not represent Vacaville. They are statistically speaking about global problems in the country as a whole. Vacaville is not this way. We are better than that. We have always been better than that. And when I hear the people will rise, that right there for 26 weeks, Vacaville has seen it has progressively gotten worse. I don't like to see it that way. I don't think a lot of people like to see it that way. And having children of diverse backgrounds, it's scary. Yes, I admit it. I am a mother of a diverse child, and I am terrified. And I call out the Rangel family. I call out the Buretta family to get together and start being united. I call out the Wilder family. I ask them to get united because we, the people, support the First Amendment. We are Second Amendment believers too. And I believe that if this does not stop and they continue to post this stuff, which I know for a fact is incorrect information, which I did hear a man say that they were attacked with clubs and they were attacked with, though that is untrue. There are pictures that show the opposite side. And sometimes when we look at a 6, other people see it as a 9. We all need to get together on one side and see it for the number that it is. And I ask you guys, as city council, to come out, support the people, support the oath. Let's get a resolution, develop a system where we can sit down, both sides sit down, and we get this where we're seeing the number correctly. Because if we don't, again, I've said it before, we're at a boiling point. Yes, I support 100% protesting. But what we've seen on the eve of Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday was terrifying. And it angers me that We have our elderly that are terrified to go into town at night and have dinner. Should they have dinner? Yeah, they should. And you know, not everybody that's white comes from privilege. They go to school, they join the military, they do what they can, but they get by and they pull
3
themselves
minutes are
up.
up. Thank you. Next caller.
Sharon, I'll open your mic.
Yeah, hi, my name is Jaron. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, we're new to the Vacaville area. We moved here from the Bay Area just 8 or 9 months ago, and I'm a local business owner, have a family. I just want to know, we supported the police. We do believe in accountability. I also believe in, our peaceful right to protest. But peaceful right to protest is pretty clear in the First Amendment. It doesn't include violence, doesn't include destruction of property, doesn't include threatening. It doesn't include right to, graffiti on walls. It doesn't include any of that. So also I heard someone say before, you shouldn't be blocking people's past. Those are all things that aren't part of the First Amendment. And so, but like I said before, I do believe in accountability. I believe the police should be accountable. And if there's anything going on, we should have transparency in everything. And but also there's a divisive rhetoric that's going on, and I'm just hearing one side completely accuse other people of fascism and racism, and all I hear from that one side is spewing exactly what they're saying that they're there to protect us from. So so I support our council, support our police, and God bless you guys.
Next caller, please.
Sophia, I'll open your mic.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Sophia. I'm a resident of Vacaville. Been here for over 20 years. I raised my children here. I am also an LCSW. So I feel like I'm very qualified to give my opinion. I'm very upset with what's going on here like everyone else, but I believe that in this case, the police used excessive force. I saw, and I can't believe that people are saying they did not. The videos are there. These kids got handled like, I don't like animals. It's really upsetting. And if you guys are talking about not using violence and this and that, but you represent a system that's supposed to be in place to, be upheld, to be just to be an example for the rest of the community members. But if this is the way you treated citizens, what do you think they're going to react? How do you think they'll react? You're acting with aggression, and aggressive acts are never going to be welcome. Never. You're always going to have people fighting against you when you face situations like this as aggression, especially if you're in power. You should never do that. You shouldn't do that. What do you expect from the citizens? Citizens are going to get tired. They're tired. And a lot of the Vacaville residents, I'm sorry, do not understand what all of this means. This is bigger than Vacaville. This is not about police. This is not about all of that. This is about a city that's changing the dynamics, the demographics, and we have to understand that, and we have to work with these kids so they feel heard. We have to invest in programs that promote those changes. This city is not equipped for that. You're not even ready to hear it from anyone. How do you expect change to happen? How do you expect for it not to be civil unrest when you are promoting that violence, when you're telling them that if you speak your mind, we're going to beat you down? You should be investing in this, multicultural programs, invest in your police department so they get teaching about multicultural issues in the community. Why don't you try that? And make it bigger in schools, in the community at large. But you are creating this problem by promoting aggression. This is not going to change unless you change it. Do you understand what I'm saying? Unless you change the tactics, unless you change how we perceive, how the perception of this community is towards these specific group of young kids. They're young, and you're treating them like animals, like criminals. They don't need that. They need something. They need a support, and you're not promoting that support. this is unfair, this is unjust. And you guys don't see it that way. So you're gonna keep having this issue because you're gonna come across this every single time. The community is changing. These
Ma'am,
young
your
kids.
3 minutes up. Thank you. Next caller.
Caller ending in 974, I'll open your mic.
Hello, I'm Jazz. I'm not even from Vacaville. I'm actually from a city called San Francisco, and I've actually been fighting for justice for my friend, a Black 15-year-old that was killed by police here. For the lady that thinks she knows about San Francisco that spoke earlier, police use brutality on community here daily, and I'm still concerned because Vacaville PD is something else. Just from attending one peaceful protest, I had to say something. I witnessed illegal police response and racist aggression from your PD. Officers had their badges covered and weren't wearing masks. They weren't even clear on why they were there. The police targeted peaceful organizers. There was all different people of color, including white community members, and children were present. I heard somebody say that these community members are trying to divide, but that's exactly what you're doing. Remember where police come from. They come from catching slaves and pure racism and white supremacy, and that's fact. Nothing you say or believe will ever change that. It's communities' right to exercise their First Amendment right and stand up for justice. Over months, everyone all over California has seen that your city and police department have been criminalizing and brutalizing folks, and that your city is super racist. And the solution for those asking is to defund the police and refund community. Bye.
Next caller, please.
Frank, I'll open your mic.
Hello, can you hear me?
Go ahead, sir.
There we go. Yeah, I just wanted to, my point here is not to try to argue with some of these delusional victim playing groups. My attention is directed at the city council. Times are getting crazy and the rules of engagement have got to change. So I need to know for the future where our council is going to lie. I think the vocal majority have spoken, but the most of us that mean a lot, we need to know where Sullivan and Wiley stand. There's a future coming, and we need to know that our council has their police departments back. Thank you.
Next caller.
Caller with initial T, I'll open your mic.
Hello, City of Vacaville. I have been a longtime resident here for about 38 years, and I just want to let you know that we should not defund the police. I recognize that we have a lot of trying times, and I appreciate our police department. You guys have done an amazing job to keep us safe, especially when people are coming into our city and vandalizing it, regardless of what their motives are. I appreciate that you are keeping us safe, and it is your duty to protect us as our Vacaville citizens. So I just want to say thank you to the City of Vacaville, our City Council, and our police for keeping us safe. You guys are doing a great job, and I really do appreciate that. And keep up the good work, guys. You're doing great.
Next caller.
Emmy, I'll open your mic.
Hi, my name is Emmy. I have a son who partly stays in Vacaville. One of my biggest issues is that the people in Vacaville do not see that they are being racist. So we have a man who says, oh, I'm not racist, but the Orientals. We have this woman who says, oh, I'm not racist, but my diverse child. Because Black is not a bad word, first off. If you want to say your kid is mixed, you can say that. But Black is not a bad word. And if you're scared to say it, you are racist. That is all I have to say. As well as there were people in Voices of Vacaville who got targeted by the police. And it was very evident. Even the chief of police said that they were monitoring while they were literally feeding the houseless and helping the houseless when we have big churches in Vacaville and we have police and we have other people who are supposed to be doing that, don't even do that. Instead, they rather
gather without their mask in a big church and then go around and to the rest of the community and spread COVID like wildfire. And also my issue with this is that apparently Vacaville has a blue city council, but look at the stuff that is still going on. That doesn't mean crap. Because if you don't defund the police and if you don't defund Vacaville PD, then what? It's just going to be the same cycle going on and on. It doesn't matter if the city council is blue. It doesn't matter if it's red. It doesn't matter if it's whatever. Because if the overwhelming facts here are that if you don't defund the police, they are just going to become more violent and they're just going to keep terrorizing people and they're going to keep on harassing protesters. And all the people who are coming on here and saying that they love cops, saying that they love city council, saying that they love this and love that, it makes no sense because when you say, oh, thank you for protecting us, it's us as in white people. It's not us as in everybody. Okay, thank you.
Next caller.
Rick Elm, I'll open your mic.
This is our final caller. So for anyone else that's on, that have their hand up, this is going to be our last caller for the night. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Rick. I'm getting an error with your version of Zoom being incompatible. I'm afraid I can't open your mic.
Is that the last caller then?
Yes, Rick was number 16.
Okay. With that, we're going to close public comment, but I did have a request from Vice Mayor Sullivan to speak, and I'm going to give him the opportunity. I would like to start with Councilmember Wiley, if you would like to say something.
All right, I would like to say something. Yes, thank you. I have lived in Vacaville for 29 years. I have been on the council since November. I fully support the function of the police for the safety of all of our citizens in Vacaville. I denounce violence and the property damage that happened on Sunday. And I feel like the people who are responsible should be accountable. I do not regularly utilize social media and post things on Facebook. So that's why you haven't seen a public statement. As evident from a lot of comments tonight, social media is not a reliable resource and generates a lot of false information. Many of the comments tonight were made about a photo with me while I was at a Ruth Bader Ginsburg vigil in downtown Vacaville shortly after her death. It was taken out of context and misled people. I was there to honor Ruth Bader Ginsburg for her tireless work for people and her time on the Supreme Court. It was not at a Voices gathering. I have not attended Voices gathering, as I apparently must be spread widely on Facebook. Communication is what is missing. Communication on Facebook is not a good source. Listening to others is what is needed. There needs to be dialogue between the police, the groups. We need to find out what our common areas are and how we can work together. That's why there are attempts, and we are working on social equity groups to try to do that. So us and them is bad for everyone. And communication is what's missing, and miscommunication is the heart of the problem. Spreading lies on Facebook and saying things about people where you don't know who the person is. The other thing that's clearly missing that one speaker hit on the head was respect. We need to respect other people. I've been in the education field for almost 40 years, and that's what we want to teach our young people and treat people the way we should be respectful and listen. So along with the other city council members I sit with, I want what is best for all Vacaville citizens, and I will continue to work toward that end. That's my comment about my public statement
Thank you, council member. And I'm just going to assume that no other council member wants to speak before I go to Vice Mayor Sullivan. Okay, Vice Mayor Sullivan, you have the floor.
Mayor, can you hear me? My internet connection keeps crashing because of the storm.
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So I wanted to kind of respond a little to some of the statements from tonight. I don't usually do this, and it's kind of unorthodox, but it was an intense, long meeting. So the truth matters. Facts matter. Tonight was clearly a coordinated character attack on myself and Councilmember Wiley, who just spoke. It was scripted and read off by several speakers who appeared to be coached on these statements. They made slanderous allegations at a council meeting without proof or even ever reaching out to those council members to speak before you publicly alleged they supported or are somehow responsible for criminal attacks on the city. This is negligent. We have families, we have lives, and your irresponsible statements can put both of those in jeopardy. With that being said, I do not protest or belong to any protest group. I do not condone violence on the part of criminals or against our own citizens. I support legal and lawful protest. I also do not condone vandalism or property damage or those responsible for it. Any allegation otherwise has no basis in fact and is slanderous. Several speakers tonight have been tricked by social media or have been used by someone else's false narrative. I'm happy to speak with any constituent about this issue, anytime, supporter or non-supporter alike. Just email me and we can discuss before you make allegations next time. My email address is nolan.sullivan@cityofvacaville.com. I made a very public statement that was read off by a previous caller last Monday. First thing in the morning, in person, in front of hundreds of Vacaville residents at a peaceful Martin Luther King Jr. celebration for families. This was in the Reporter, on a public Facebook page, and it even made national news on Fox. It wasn't hard to find. I believe the content of that message is even more important this evening than it was last week. As the speaker said tonight, and Councilmember Wiley just said, all sides have lost respect for each other. And until that respect comes back, nothing will change. We are not two camps. We're not warring factions. We are a community that's more alike than we are different. We are parents, neighbors, family, friends, and coworkers. I will continue to tirelessly work for a Vacaville where all of our residents and our employees, no matter their skin color, race, background, who they love, who they pray to, feel safe, heard, respected, and valued. I hope you'll join me. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to move on to item 8A. We're going to start our agenda. 8A. I am going to move a few things around because we have consultants. After 8A, we're going to go to, this is for the city council members and I guess for the public if you want to know. I'll go to 9B, then 9C, and then 9A, and then 9D, and that's how we'll take it. So right now, let's get to the city manager. 8A, please, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. Item 8A is a resolution denying the appeal and affirming the Planning Commission's decision to reaffirm the approval of the Harbison Townhome project located at the northwest corner of Harbison Drive and Ulatis Drive. Albert Hinault, our Associate Planner, will provide you with a brief presentation followed by a presentation from the appellants.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. This is Albert Hinault with the City of Vacaville Community Development Department. And as the city manager mentioned off, it's the Harbison Townhomes appeal before you this evening. Next slide. A little information about the project that's nestled there off of the northwest corner of Ulatis Drive and Harbison Drive on a site that's 8.86 acres. It's zoned commercial office, but it has a residential overlay on it. The project was originally approved with 160 rental apartment units. The density for the project ends up being about 18.05 acres per units per acre. The project includes 21 three-story buildings with units that range from 1120 to 1354 square feet. The project also has 356 parking spaces. The architectural design for the project is a farmhouse style. The project was approved with alternate setback and parking standards. It was approved by the Planning Commission on December 15th, 2020, and subsequently appealed on December 23rd. Next slide. This site map shows the proposed project that had been approved by the Planning Commission, with the buildings surrounding the outside as well as the interior, and the clubhouse located in the middle, with the transit center abutting the site to the west, Harbison Drive to the east, and Ulatis Drive to the south. Ulatis Community Center is also to the south, with the Vacaville Commons Shopping Plaza to the north. Next slide. This was the architecture that had been proposed for the project that the Planning Commission had reviewed. Shows a combination of different materials with vertical siding and horizontal siding with accent stone veneer. Next slide. This is an appeal to the Planning Commission's decision. So the appeal process is outlined in the municipal code. The appeal process states that appellants have 10 calendar days, not business days, to submit an appeal. It needs to be filed with the city clerk, and any discussion on an appeal is limited to what's on the appeal application. The appeal has to be specific, has to state why. Specifically, why was there an abuse of discretion, where there may have been an illegal procedure or something like that, and how was there an abuse of discretion. So the point here being that municipal code section does require any points to be specific. Next slide. So in the council staff report that was presented, the appellant identifies all the appeal points in attachment 2, but they're summarized by, I would believe, these 4 points. And the appellants believe that the project was approved by the Planning Commission for erroneous reasons. The appellants claim that the project is inconsistent with regulatory documents such as the city's housing element as well as the city's municipal code. The appellants claim that the Planning Commission violated the Brown Act, and the appellants claim that the city failed to analyze impacts related to traffic, parking, and schools. Next slide. Staff prepared a response to all 17 points that were identified by the appellants. Our responses included in the staff report underneath attachment 3. And what we found was the housing element does not restrict the site to senior or affordable housing types. We found that the alternate standards for parking and setbacks are allowed by the code. We found that the project did not receive any grant funding, therefore no consistency review was required for any of those previous grants that may have been obtained by the city for different areas of the city. That there was no Brown Act violation because individual meetings with the applicant by the planning commissioners are allowed. And in taking a look at the traffic, parking, and school impacts, city staff was able to confirm those were evaluated and there were no impacts. Next slide. So in conclusion, based off of our evaluation of the appeal points, we found that they were either baseless or without merit. And our recommendation to City Council would be to adopt the subject resolution, denying that appeal and affirming the Planning Commission's project approval. That's it for my presentation. The applicant and his engineer is also here, and city staff is also here to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Before we move forward with anything else, this item requires a quasi-judicial action by the City Council. The City Council members are required to disclose any material ex parte communications with individuals or groups made outside of the public hearing regarding this item. Basically, just to make it really simple, if any of the council members have spoken to anyone about anything on this deal outside of what's on the agenda, we all have to jump in and say it because of the way this is set up. So at this point, I'm just going to ask each council member if they want to say something. And right now I see Councilmember Roberts is first. So Councilmember Roberts.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to disclose I did have a meeting with the developer, but nothing in that meeting is anything outside of what the staff report displayed for information regarding this.
Perfect, thank you. Councilmember Stockton.
Yes, I also wanted to disclose that I met with Mr. Alexander on the 19th, and we discussed the history of the project and some of the information that was in the presentation that we just watched.
Great. Councilmember Silva.
As Councilmember Silva, just disclosing that I met with the developer and also the individuals who filed the appeal. Nothing that we discussed is not included on these documents.
And I see no other council members, so I too will claim that I had multiple conversations with the developer, but nothing outside the agenda item. Now with that, I'm going to give the developer, well actually I'm going to ask anybody else from the city council. Councilmember Wiley, I apologize.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I did have a chance conversation. It was not planned or scheduled when I had an encounter with Mrs. Minion after it was filed. At that time, she just mentioned the difficulties of filing the appeal due to the fact that, you know, it was due on December 25th, which was Christmas. And a lot of the times the city council offices were closed for holidays during that time. So I just wanted to say that, you know, I was glad that concerned citizens were able to file the appeal even after, you know, how difficult it was to do that. So I'm glad that we are able to listen to their appeal at tonight's meeting.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Sullivan.
So I also would like to disclose that I was having some technical difficulties, that I had next party contact with this matter. I did talk to Mr. Alexander and Mr. Felipe last Thursday. There was no new information provided outside what's in the council packet. And I've also talked with the appellants, and again, there was no new information in any of those discussions as well.
Great, thank you. I believe, Mr. City Manager, do I want the developer to talk first, or do I want to open up to public comment?
Mr. Mayor, because it is an appeal, we should turn it over to the appellants and then allow them to make their presentation, followed by the developer.
Okay. I'm going to assume that they're on the not 295. Oh no, there's Wendy. Wendy's there. I don't know who 295 is, but I think we should let Wendy go first. Did we lose her?
Crystal, do you have either of the appellants online?
I saw Wendy was on there for a second.
Panelist, and open your microphone for your presentation.
Can you hear me?
Oh, there you are, Wendy. Go ahead.
Actually, Alicia's here as well, in the room with me. We figured it'd be easier that way.
Hello.
So yeah, I just want to thank everybody for the opportunity to appeal this. And we just thought that this project should go to council because some of the concerns raised about the potential impact on future residents as well as impacts on the community. We go next slide. Crystal, do I move the next slide or okay? Okay, so real quickly, we're just going to be talking about kind of the bad optics of this project, which includes the serial meetings, the timeline of this project, and then we're claiming that there was an abuse of discretion as far as parking exception, a parking waiver was inappropriate. It wasn't analyzed properly. There was no traffic study. The school policy was violated, as well as lower income designation was ignored. If we have time, we'll talk about the grant. Next slide, please. So what I mean by bad optics. So the land was originally owned by redevelopment and the city, and then it was sold to a private party, and there was no grant deed restriction that ensured that it would be affordable housing, even though redevelopment's purpose is mostly to make sure that we have affordable housing. Also, we can see that because of all the things I'll be discussing, there was immense pressure on the staff to approve this project quickly. Very little pressure from the public to look at the impacts and analyze them thoroughly. They're complicated issues, and basically this project was it was modified and approved within a month. So we'll be talking about serial meetings. There was a campaign contribution of $3,000 to Mr. Beatty, and then the grant application, and then within a month, like I said, the approval. Next slide, please. So the timeline of this is that the city owned the parcels, as I said, and then in 2009, it was designated low income or lower income, and that was part of the general plan. The housing element is an extension of the general plan. And that housing element was saying that it would be 177 units at a density of 20 units per acre. And that concept was approved by the State Housing and Community Development Agency. So in 2018, Harbison acquired the land and proposed a project that was approved for senior restricted units at 168 units. Then there was a representation made to get federal grant funds that was going to be 200 senior restricted units. And there was 1.9 million grant awarded. And that was not to Harbison. That was just for Pathways in the surrounding community. And then in December, the project was modified and substantially and approved for 160 multifamily units. So the senior restriction was taken out. Next slide. So if we look at what the project was, it was the first project was, like I said, 168 units, and then it changed to 160. It went from 1 and 2 bedrooms to 2 and 3 bedrooms. So mostly 3 bedrooms. And then the square footage of each unit increased. And like I said, the restriction for seniors was taken off, no restriction. But it went from 3 buildings to 21 buildings. This was a complete change in project. It probably should have been analyzed as a new project. And so we have lower density units and at an increased price, as you can see. Next slide, please. So, okay, so serial meetings. So I think this is an important takeaway of this is that when the law for the Open Meetings Act is that you want to have deliberations in public. The public needs to hear the commissioner's questions and answers so the public can be involved and understand what's going on. And there really shouldn't be a meeting before a meeting. Like this idea that it's okay to have the applicant, the developer meeting with each and every commissioner except for one before the public meeting means that, and those meetings lasted for 45 minutes, for a half hour. All the questions were getting answered at that time. You know, the understandings was being formed, opinions were being made, and it's a serial meeting that violates the Brown Act if commissioner makes an opinion, tells it to this intermediary, the applicant or the engineer, and then that intermediary goes to the next commissioner and says, oh yeah, Commissioner X said that they really liked the project, they thought it was cool, and whatever opinions, and are used to persuade the next commissioner. That's called a serial meeting, and that violates the Brown Act. Next slide. So just quickly, basically, commissioners or council members shouldn't be, Brown Act can't be avoided by subterfuge. A concerted plan to engage in collective deliberation on public business through a series of letters or phone calls, that would be subterfuge. Next slide. there's no transparency when the meeting before the public meeting is used to decide what's going to happen on the project. In this case, the Brown Act violation may have occurred if those opinions of the commissioners were, informed. What am I trying to say? I'm tired. Spread to each commissioner and used to persuade a majority of the commissioners. If so, the public was denied the right to hear the discussions, and the majority of the planning commissioners met outside the public meeting. So I'll offer right now that if appropriate, I can question the engineer about this, or any planning commissioners that are on the line, or that the council can question them and ask what actually happened as far as giving opinions to the intermediary who shared them to other commissioners. Okay, next slide. Okay, so now we're on to the next subject, parking. The parking law basically is that there's 2.3 stalls per unit. And there's an exception in the basic off-street parking law for senior housing, which this isn't, and for affordable housing, which this isn't. And the staff relied on another law that's part of the Allison business plan, where it can be demonstrated that carpooling or vanpooling or transit alternatives warrant a reduction in parking. So if the people living in the apartment were actually going to use the bus and not need a car, then that would make sense. Unfortunately, these are very high-priced market rate apartments, and there's an MTC audit, which is a regional transit authority, where they say that the trends are that bus ridership decreases as people make more income. So that means they will need cars. And this is a more intense project. Staff decided it was a less intense project because there's fewer units, but there's more bedrooms. Instead of 249 bedrooms in the prior project, there's 416 bedrooms in this project. And because they're expensive apartments, it's not going to be just single family, living together. It could be roommate situation with multiple adults. You will need more than 2.3 stalls for such an arrangement. So it doesn't make any sense to just assume that there will be fewer cars in this situation. And this if it is an incorrect assumption, it would mean that there will be health and safety impacts, and impacts to the community by people parking in nearby stores or churches. Okay, next slide.
Hey, Wendy.
Please. Yeah.
You're halfway through your time already, and you're not even halfway through your slides. I don't know. Maybe it speeds up at the end, but I just don't want to cut you off. So I just wanted you to aware of your time.
I'm trying. Okay, so this is just we researched some Yelp and apartment listings. And we were surprised that parking in that area is basically a nightmare, as one person said. That nearby apartment complexes are experiencing full parking. And here's one lady saying, if I had to work late, I pretty much knew I'd have to park in the Target parking lot and walk over to my apartment alone in the dark. Not ideal for me, being a youngish female. So people are parking offsite because there's not enough parking. Next slide. So this next issue is traffic. The General Plan EIR Environmental Impact Report concluded that future development would contribute to significant cumulative traffic impacts. And over on Allison Drive and Monte Vista, we're not good at PowerPoint. And this shows a lower income housing in the housing element again, as a Harbison Drive project. Those 3 parcels are the ones we're talking about. Next slide. And it's 177 units in that slide. So the maximum rent is basically 1,600. We'll just move on because we have a short time period. Next slide. And so as you can tell, 1,600, that's a lot less than the market rent that will actually be the rent for that project. It's not affordable housing, and there's no realistic chance that it would have been because the deed wasn't restricted. There was no agreement made with the city and the developer. Let's see, Government Code 65583 requires that it be lower income housing. And that it be 20 units per square foot, which would be 177 units. And this project is only 18. Okay, Alicia's trying to help me. Next slide, please. Okay, so the apartments are right near the transit center, and there's transit-oriented development, and it's supposed to be for affordable housing again. Next slide. Okay, so I'm going to skip this one for now. If we have time, I'll go back. And that one too, that's about the grant. Okay, so the city council's options. The staff report says you can affirm as recommended by staff. According to the Vacaville Municipal Code, you can also affirm with modifications. For example, you can deny the parking waiver, or ask Planning Commission to study do a traffic study, or you can deny the application due to abuse of discretion and inconsistency with the general plan. There are a number of things that are inconsistent. How are we doing on time, Mayor?
You have 2 minutes.
Okay. Okay, next slide. Was the appeals process fair? Well, as Jeanette Wiley was saying, we had to get the money in by 12/23, and we didn't know we were appealing till 12/23 because we thought that this was going to go to the council. And then on 12/25, we had to get the appeal in. So I'm asking Alicia to open her presence quickly because we needed to get the appeal in by 5:30. And then we didn't get the applicant's response until January 22nd, which was 10 days after the city got it. And we're just trying to, look at mitigating impacts. And if you could go back to the grant slide, Alicia will quickly discuss why that's even part of this package.
Great. Hi, everyone. Thank you. So I think what's interesting about this particular grant, that City Council actually approved the receipt of this grant in July of 2020. And it's a grant that was awarded by MTC, the Metropolitan Transportation Commission. It's not supposed to be used for a private project. It's supposed to be used for transportation-related projects like roads, bike and pathways. And when the city actually was negotiating to receive a portion of this particular grant, the city made a representation to MTC that this is going to benefit this Allison priority development area, which is basically transit-oriented development. And there's strata. We have some high-density apartments. Isn't this great? And we also have nearly 200 senior housing units also to be constructed. So it appears that the proposed project could have.
I need you to wrap it up, please.
MTC agreeing to award the 1.9 million. And so we're asking that the project change is so significant, it should be disclosed to MTC. The applicant provided a letter from STA. That's not where the money's coming from. This is federal funds, and it's being granted by MTC.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. City Manager,
Yes, sir.
what's the protocol now? Developer or open it to public? I see 5 hands in the public.
Well, I think it would be prudent to allow the developer to get up and speak to the subject and then open it up to the public.
Okay, great. Do I have the developer?
Mayor, I don't see anyone unless the developer's phone number ends in 295.
I think 295 has been on a few times tonight, hasn't it? I'm going to say it's probably not the developer. Does, Mr. City Manager, does anybody from the, oh, we got something? Okay, perfect. Let him in.
Am I unmuted?
Yes, sir. You're on. Go ahead, sir.
Is what I wanted, is Christian, if he's there, I'd like him to respond to this. And then maybe I can have a comment after Christian responds. Is that all right?
Yeah, what's Christian's last name? We have him.
Seabrook.
Okay, we got him. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. This is Christian Seabrook. I'm the land use counsel for the applicant. I'd like to just start off to thank staff for the thorough presentation and the more thorough staff report, which hits most of these issues already. So I just want to highlight a few issues in response to the appeal. First, I want to just note that under CEQA guidelines 15162, 15168, and 15183, that because our project is within the scope of the analysis of the general plan EIR, no further environmental review is required. What's critical to understand is that the general plan EIR analyzed this project site to have 177 residential units. As you've heard, we are only having 160. So for issues such as traffic, etc., all those impacts would be lower than expected when the general plan EIR was prepared. There's also been concerns raised about cumulative impacts and other development in the area. As part of the history of this area, last year the city adopted Allison policy plan amendments along with the general plan amendment and zoning changes. That included an initial study that also concluded that all those changes which permitted the development you're seeing in the area wouldn't alter the conclusions of the general plan EIR. So, and that analysis actually did include a traffic study. Likewise, the adjacent apartment project had its own environmental review. That also had a traffic analysis that included cumulative impacts, which would have included both that project site and ours here tonight. And again, that found there to be inconsequential impacts in that analysis. So the city has, in 3 different traffic analyses, concluded that this project is not going to result in impacts that haven't already been disclosed. Beyond that, you'll see in your materials that your traffic engineer has confirmed that even without relying on the general plan EIR, the project doesn't meet the screening thresholds for either an LOS study or a VMT study. I briefly noted, yeah, it sounds like the school district confirmed there's capacity. Even without that letter, school impacts are fully mitigated through the payment of school fees, which this project will be doing as a market rate project. I've heard sort of speculation about a serial meeting, but no evidence of it. I'm unaware of any evidence of that. The outreach is pretty common, so it would seem to be a concern with every single project coming through the pipeline that applicant meeting with decision makers is, I understand, to be common course. And I believe, oh, and just on the housing element, that isn't a zoning control. City staff explained in the staff report that the city's obligated to identify capacity, and the zoning for the property established that capacity. Our project is consistent with that zoning, and so I do not see any issues with the housing element itself. If there are concerns on how the housing element was prepared, that wouldn't be related to this project. That would have been that separate approval. And that's all I have. I don't know if Rich wants to add in, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Am I on microphone?
Yes, you are. Go ahead.
Yes, the only other thing that I might want to add in regarding the parking, I will admit we had some pretty crazy times with parking, and it was due to the fact that during the course of the 1 year, this project was built and it was started actually a year ago and was then completed, and we have filled the strata apartment building up that you're referring to. We filled that up also within a very short period of time. And during that period of time, people moving in and parking got a little crazy. Now that people are moved in and have settled down, we have not had any parking problems on Strata. That's our project across the street that was referred to. But there for a while, with all the moving in and everything else, yes, it was a little hectic because we had a combination of construction going, people moving in, vans and everything else. And yes, it was a little messed up for a while, I will admit. But that has settled down. We haven't had any parking complaints. And I was just there last week and asking about complaints, and that was not one of them. But I'm here to answer any other questions of anybody that may have them.
Thank you, sir. I see no questions from the city council right now. I'm going to open it up to public comment, and then I'll bring it back to the city council. Can we go ahead and take the first caller? I believe that's 295.
295, I'll open. Ravonte Robinson, I'll open your mic.
Hi again. I just wanted to inform the public that Vacaville PD has just shot and killed a man.
Okay. Go ahead and cut his mic. Go ahead and cut his mic. Do we have another caller that wants to speak on this?
Justin Peace, I'll open your mic.
I still see they're muted. You want to go to Lori Jones?
Lori Jones, I'll open your mic.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Thank you very much. Looking at this project, the first project that was approved by the council seemed to be a very good project. And it's very disappointing that the project changed so much since it was approved. If any project changes, it should be reevaluated, especially if it's not meeting the low income or senior housing promises that the project had planned on. By not having this new development or any new development keep their affordable housing elements, it actually puts an unfair burden of meeting the affordable housing into established neighborhoods such as Markham, Brown Street, and now Monte Vista and Orchard. It's not really fair, and in my opinion, I think this project should be reevaluated. And in the future, any project that changes this much since it was approved should automatically have to be part of a reevaluation effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to, I think we lost everybody else. I'm going to go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the city council. And let's start with Councilmember Silva.
Thank you, Mayor. So just some quick, so just to clarify, actually, only questions that can be asked by us are pertinent to the appeal. Is that right? City manager, attorney.
Yeah, well, I'll let the city attorney answer.
Yeah, that's correct. This hearing is limited to the points raised on there in the appellant's appeal.
Okay, so I just kind of elaborate on the parking one then. Can city staff just, I'm sorry, just maybe one more time go over, explaining how we determine appropriate number of parking spaces and what it goes into when we have to change that?
Yes, this is Albertine Altz. I can answer that. So the way that parking is evaluated for projects is based off of what the municipal code says. So for instance, if you have a one-bedroom apartment, you're required to provide one parking space. If you have 2 bedrooms or more, you're required to provide 2 parking spaces. It doesn't have to be covered. It can just be parking spaces within the apartment complex. And then there's guest parking that's required to provide at 1 for every 3 units that are within the apartment complex. So for this particular project, 373 parking spaces is what's required by the code. The applicant was asking for a reduction of 17 parking spaces. Now, what that looks like for this project is every unit still has 2 enclosed garage parking spaces. The remainder is 39 or 36 parking spaces that would be for guests. So every unit will still have 2 enclosed parking spaces within a garage. Now, the way that the municipal code allows an applicant to go through to request that reduction, in this case, 17 parking spaces, it's provided in the land use development code for planned development. So a planned development is a type of land use permit that can be applied for that allows for flexibility in development standards or alternate standards that can be applied. So in this particular case, that's what the applicant applied for, was a planned development. And they were asking for 2 changes to alternate standards. One was for setbacks, but the other one was for this reduction of 17 parking spaces. And so when reviewing these types of requests, the decision makers, the planning commission, has to make findings in order to be able to prove that. The findings include, not having a significant impact on public health, safety, and welfare, and a number of other things. But one particular finding that has to be made for reductions of parking like this is that there's an offsetting benefit that's provided. And the appellants also mentioned some other findings that were in the Allison Business Park policy plan. So in this particular case, offsetting benefits that are identified for this particular project that were noted in the findings was that its proximity to other walkable areas that would reduce that need for having parking. For instance, the jobs, the shopping, the restaurants that are available over in the Vacaville Commons. Also the access to the Vacaville community, or the Ulatis Community Center. And also access to the parking lot of the transit center. In this particular project, there is pedestrian access that provides straight from this project to the transit center for anybody who is there. So if there was a need for 17 parking spaces for guests, they could use the transit center for that. So that's the route that the planning commission, or that the applicant was able to proceed, was with that plan development application. And the finding to justify that is identified in the findings for this particular project.
So just to clarify on that, so it's on our code that if folks need additional parking spaces, we can use adjacent city property or private property? And I'm referring to private property as the outlets.
No. In cases of, like, say, the outlets or the Vacaville Commons, you would have to work with those property owners to develop what's called a joint parking agreement or a reciprocal parking agreement between those two. In this case, the applicant didn't do that. The offsetting benefits that were identified for this particular project to justify doing that is what was used to justify that reduction. So in this case, the parking that could be provided for those guests could be facilitated by the transit center.
And then, and I'm sorry, can we just, can someone briefly go over the issue regarding the grant, or the concern regarding the grant?
Sure.
That's my last clarification. Thank you.
Yeah, I can also clarify that. So the grant that was mentioned came from MTC. So the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, and the monies that are afforded for that are through a different process. So just give me a second. So the particular claim about that came in the appeal form was that the planning commission should not have allowed the approval of the revised project without addressing the 1.9 million in public funds that were being paid to the applicant to financially assist with constructing the affordable senior housing. So in this particular case, no grant money is being given to this project at all. So where that money is coming from is, it comes from, well, in 2017, Bay Area Metro, which is a combination of the Metropolitan Transportation Commission. And then ABAG issued a call for applications from jurisdictions for applying for planning grant programs. And so City of Vacaville worked with STA to obtain one of those grants for and 1.9 million was allotted to the city for a public project. Now that public project is not this project. That public project is to that vacant property next to the transit center. And so the confusion with this particular one is that there might have been the idea that the 1.9 million that's going to be used for public improvements related to that public project on the vacant lot to the west was for this one, but it's not. Those those grant money funds is not being used for this particular project.
So the money's still there.
The money, I would have to defer to Public Works on how that money is being used because they were the department that worked with STA on trying to get that grant funding, but in no way is that money for this project.
Correct. I got it. Thank you, sir.
Okay, let's go to Councilmember Stockton.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. Quick question. So when the property that the project is being built on was owned by the city and then sold, is there any stipulation that this project had to be for low income or senior housing? Does it meet the zoning?
So it does meet the zoning. There's no restriction that it has to be low income or affordable housing or senior housing. The zoning allows multifamily development with a range of 8 units per acre to 24 units per acre.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, at this point, I'll entertain motion from the City Council. Does anybody want to make a motion on this? I'm gonna make a motion to.
I'm sorry, Ron. Are we allowed? I see one hand, or is that not allowed in our laws?
No.
Okay.
No, I pulled it back to City Council.
Mayor, I've got my hand up, I think, too. I'm not sure if it shows on your screen or not.
No, I don't see your hand. I see you, but I don't see your hand up. But go ahead, Vice Mayor. I saw your hand up earlier, but there, your hand's up now. Go ahead.
The storm is kicking my internet butt. I keep bouncing back and forth between my iPad hotspot and my Wi-Fi. Sorry. So I don't really have a question. I just kind of have a statement. I think, when this was originally presented to council, it was presented as a senior project, and it was a higher income, kind of higher end rental for seniors. And, I think that there is some merit in discussing that and talking about kind of that concept. I understand and I respect the developer's right and privilege to change his product. It's his property. It's within the zoning. But I think, at the time, the council was very excited about the project because it was senior housing. We have a situation in Vacaville where we just don't have ample housing for seniors at any end of the spectrum, whether it's low income, high income, middle income, et cetera, et cetera. And what that's doing is it's causing many of our seniors to essentially kind of stay in place in older neighborhoods in these very large ranch style homes because there's nowhere for them to go to. So I don't want that to be lost on today's discussion. I mean, that was a huge deal and a major selling point of this project. I really appreciate the appellants. I think they presented some good information today. Staff are telling us that, based on the information provided, it should go forward. And I want to be a good business partner to the development community as well as our citizens. And if it meets the requirements and they met, kind of there in the bargain, we need to honor that. But I don't want it to be lost on this council that this project was originally for senior housing. And if you search housing Vacaville on Facebook and Vacaville, or any other site, all you see is the need for senior housing and then low income housing. So again, I think this product, it's a loss for us. I was really excited about it originally. And, anyways, I'll leave it at that. But that was basically my comment.
You want to make the motion then, since you're talking, Vice Mayor?
I think you moved it. I'll second. Did you move it already?
I was about to move it, but you jumped in, so I gave you the floor.
Yeah, I'm fine to make the motion.
Okay. And the motion is what? To deny the appeal and affirm the Planning Commission's decision? Is that your motion?
Okay. Motion is stated, please. Yes.
I will second that. Can we have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Wiley.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sullivan.
Yes.
Councilmember Stockton.
Yes.
Councilmember Silva.
Yes.
Councilmember Roberts.
Yes.
Mayor Roulette.
Aye. Now, just to remind everybody, I'm going to jump to 9B. I'm going to go to 9B. So, Mr. City Manager, can you start us off on 9B, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. This is an approval to initiate a residential overlay district for the Village Townhome Project on Butcher Road. Payman Bavan, our city planner, will make the presentation.
Crystal, do we have anybody?
Payman is on the line as a panelist.
I apologize. Good evening, everybody. Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. So the item for you tonight is a request for a residential overlay for a parcel on Butcher Road. Next slide, please. So just a quick summary of the project. As I mentioned in the staff report, the parcel is approximately 1.4 acres. It's zoned commercial currently. The proposal is to establish a residential overlay to accommodate 22 attached townhome units, ranging in floor area from about 1,500 square feet to 2,400 square feet. The project density would be 15 units an acre, which falls within the allowable residential medium high density for the city, but also missing middle density, which is typically 10 to 25 units an acre for this type of product. The project consists of 3-story structures, 17 2-bedroom units and 5 3-bedroom units, 22 garage spaces and 30 surface parking spaces, which would meet the code's requirement for parking. The project, if it's initiated, would require a policy plan amendment. As I mentioned, it's zoned commercial right now. And the policy plan amendment would be for setback requirements and for a residential overlay. So again, just as a reminder, tonight's action is simply to find if there's merit to this request. It's not to approve the project. The project would be subject to a review by the Planning Commission and then an action by the City Council if it's chosen to move forward. Next slide, please. So the site is located on the Butcher Road corridor going towards the recreational trails. It's across the street from business, guns, fishing, and other stuff. And on the, it's also joining on the east side, medical offices, a church, and then further down the Port subdivision.
Congratulations, thank you.
Next slide.
Can we kill the other mic? I think that was Alexander.
Next slide, please. So this was also included in your packet, which is the proposed landscape plan for the project. As I mentioned, most of the units are going to be facing on Butcher Road. We have some internal units as well, 2 driveways on Butcher Road, and again, adjoining existing medical office to the west, retail and other offices to the north, and then to the south, there are also some miscellaneous office buildings as well. Next slide, please. So this is one of the sheets for the elevations. It is a modern design, that's for sure. This is something that, you know, as staff, when we have any sort of preliminary conversations with folks, we do sort of encourage them to propose designs that are not something that you see typically in Vacaville or you know, new developments that occur in Vacaville. This project, if it moves forward, would be a townhome project which we haven't seen a lot of. Hence the missing middle housing label is for these types of projects that you don't see a lot of, typically in residential inventories and specifically in Vacaville. It's been a while since we've had a townhome project. So the design, while modern, does provide a lot of architectural and visual interests with pop-outs, with decks, and certainly varying roof lines. Next slide, please. And this is just a rendering. Sort of the two-dimensional drawings don't speak a lot when you talk about design. This is a rendering that hopefully gives some a better idea of what the buildings would look like if we were to move forward. Next slide, please. So the next steps, if the council approves the initiation, then the project would continue its development review process, which has started, and we would again compare it for compliance with policy plan, with our development standards, and there would be some work to be done between staff and the applicant to really get the project to a place that staff could recommend. And as I mentioned, it would still be subject to recommendation review by the Planning Commission and a final action determination by the City Council. Conversely, if the initiation is denied tonight, then the project would be withdrawn. Next slide, please. So as we indicated in our staff report, we are supportive of the request. The project, as I indicated in the staff report, does meet several general plan goals, strategic plan goals, and really, on some levels, more importantly, would provide missing middle housing units that the Vacaville is lacking right now. It's only 22 units, but it's a good start to get this type of product in Vacaville to show that it can be successful and hopefully encourage others to bring additional missing middle housing units to Vacaville. And really, from planning perspective, this is a sort of housing residential that you want. You want a site that's infill. You want a site that's near parks, trails, grocery stores, retail, and the freeway. And this project in particular meets all those. It's near parks and recreational trails. And these are all walking distance for the parks and recreational trails, grocery store, and other retail services. And of course, it is close to the freeway as well. So that ends my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any. Thank you.
Yes, we have Vice Mayor Sullivan.
Yeah, I would usually sound a little more enthusiastic, but it's been a pretty exhausting night. But this is exactly the housing that I think we're missing. So kudos to staff and the project developer. I love the infill aspect of this. I love the townhomes. These are single owner occupied, correct?
Correct.
Okay, good. So single owner occupied, no more rentals. We don't need more rentals. This is fantastic. I love the design. I love the shoehorn on that particular corner. Whatever the staff can do, and obviously we'll discuss this in the strategic plan later, but to bring more projects like this, this is perfect. This is exactly what we need for young families or seniors looking to downsize. I wish I was, 25 again, moving back to Vacaville. What an excellent place to buy, your first or second spot and build some equity. So kudos to staff. I really like the idea.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember
I do want to
Roberts.
point out really quick that, kudos also goes to the applicants. When we had the initial conversation with them, I think it was mostly, or all of it was 2-bedroom units. And as part of trying to provide more housing for families, we sort of encouraged them to provide more 3-bedroom units, which they did. So appreciate that as well.
Awesome. Thank you to them as well. I appreciate them.
Councilmember Roberts.
Mayor, thank you. Vice Mayor Sullivan touched on most of the stuff that I wanted to say. So I just had a follow-up question. What is the estimated price range of these units if they get developed?
So that's a little more difficult to nail down. Of course, it's all going to be market based, but some approximate ballpark numbers that we've heard could be about 400,000, or less, or more.
Thank you.
Councilmember Silva.
Thank you. Just a quick question. Is there anything in the code to prevent these from going to rentals?
There's no, not in the code. The project proposal is for sale units. So that's what we're approving, but typically we wouldn't get into whether they could be rented or not.
If they want to switch it to rentals.
Correct.
No, what's the process if they want to switch it to rentals?
Well, I don't know if this is necessarily a planning process. They would be obtaining approvals for a townhome project. If they choose to rent them out, that's something that they could do.
So my question, I'm going to follow up Councilmember Silva's question, which is a great question. So are you saying that we can approve it and then they can decide to change it to rentals, and or are you saying that I purchase one and then I turn mine into a rental?
That's what I'm referring to.
The latter?
Yes.
We can't approve it as a first sell and they turn it into rentals.
Well, no, that's not the proposal. What I'm referring to is if I buy a unit, I could rent it out.
Okay, but when they go to sell them, they will all be for sale.
Correct. The tenant map is also part of this, which has that's what you would need for sale units. So that's being proposed with this project.
Okay, thank you. We're going to open it up to public comment. I see Rob has been waiting patiently. Go ahead, Rob.
Unmute. This is
There you
Rob
are.
Sesser with A2R Architecture, local architectural firm in Vacaville. And we've been working with Bill Morgan, who's the property owner on this property. And he basically gave us carte blanche to work with Payman and the staff to come up with a plan that would meet the city's needs for this site. We've actually had, myself personally, have had 3 different projects approved for this site. Office project, office condominium project, and then the latest one was expanding the hunting and fishing and shooting range store across the street, which has been approved and never was built because nothing quite has worked out where we could get, people interested. And then we had all the things where the hunting and fishing didn't go as far as it's more online shopping now. So we decided not to expand the existing store across the street to this site. And so he said, come up with something that we can market this site. And so working with Payman and staff, and then a lot of people in the community we've interviewed, we have 11 different unit types on 22 units. They come with 2 different kitchen designs. We've had a lot of fun putting this together so that people can actually customize their unit as they're buying it, whether they want a toilet on the first floor, that's going to be a live-at-home little office space on the first floor next to the garage. If you look at the floor plans, there's lots of variants with the roof decks and the north-facing decks, south-facing decks. So it's been really fun with getting the whole community kind of behind this, and there's been a lot of support. Trying to avoid the Brown Act, so I never came and talked to any of you, and I've kind of been missing from talking to city council for a long time because most projects are in policy plans where we don't get that far, luckily. And it's all handled with staff. But we're really looking forward to this project and getting it built and getting them sold. They're actually not going to be connected. We're going to keep them so that they're all individual freestanding buildings, except for the 2-story units where there's 2 fully accessible first floor units. And on top of them would be a flat unit that spans kind of what you would think of 2 townhomes. And those are the only 4 units that would actually share a structure. Everything else would be removed from each other. So we're trying to limit association dues and get those as low as we can as far as joint maintenance so that everybody be maintaining their own building to try and really make them as affordable as possible. And that's about all I have. And if anybody has any other questions about me, about the project and how we got this far, I'd be more happy to answer some questions.
Thank you, sir. I see no questions for you, and I see no other callers, so I'm going to close public comment, entertain motion from council.
I'll make a motion.
I got Silva and I got Sullivan. Can I have a roll call?
Vice Mayor Sullivan,
Yes.
Councilmember Stockton,
Yes.
Councilmember Silva,
Yes.
Councilmember Roberts,
Yes.
Councilmember Wiley,
Yes.
Mayor Rolette.
Aye. Now we're going to jump to item 9C. We'll go to 9C, Mr. City Manager. Can you start us off, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. This is a study session item on the potential strategies related to vehicle miles traveled and our energy conservation action strategies. I would like just to point out that this is a very important topic for the city and deserving of a lot of time, but in the interest of the hour, we'll try to make it as quick as we can. This action will be coming back through the Planning Commission and City Council at a future date, so we will have opportunity to have a more robust dialogue if necessary at that time. But with that, I will turn it over to Christina Love, our senior planner, who will kick it off and then introduce our consultant.
Thank you, Aaron. Good evening, City Council. I realize it's late, so I promise we will make this as quick as possible. But as he said, we want to make sure that we provide the information necessary. So I did intentionally, in your packets, provide as much information as we possibly could for you to be able to read and glean some information from. VMT by no means is a simple, easy topic, largely because even the state really can't answer the questions that we have. So this is a reaction to a state law where we are required to change our general plan, update our transportation element, and also update our energy and conservation action strategy, or the ECAS, to address this new metric of analyzing traffic impacts called vehicle miles traveled. Tonight, what we're looking for from you is to give us some input, hopefully. I know it's late, so it might be hard, but give us some input and some direction on what types of strategies, policies, and measures that staff should be considering in our review while we prepare the draft documents and get those ready for a public review. Those will be the draft transportation element of the general plan, the draft ECAS update, and a draft environmental review that would go along with those proposals. So I will, at this point, turn it over to our consultants. We have John Gard with Fair and Peers to lead off with VMT, and then we have our DUDEC consultants will speak to you about the ECAS. John?
Great, thank you. Thank you, Christina. And good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I know it's late. I'll keep this topic as quick as possible. You can go to the next slide, please. Perfect. One more, please. Thank you. So, as was mentioned, Senate Bill 743 was approved way back in 2013. It became state law on July 1st of 2020. On the January 19th Planning Commission hearing, there was a very lengthy presentation that we gave that had a lot of Q&A. So I'm not going to get into that here, but that presentation obviously is available on the city's website for folks if they're interested. I'm only going to talk about item 6, kind of just sort of putting it all together and how the development process will work moving forward, and a little bit about how VMT and level service will coexist. Next slide, please. Thanks. So VMT will be the primary metric used to evaluate transportation impacts or land use and transportation projects. Level service, which we've heard from tonight a little bit, and you've seen for years and years probably at intersections, will be used for informational purposes, but SB 743 does not allow level service to be used as the basis for environmental impacts. So you'll see VMT in CEQA documents, and but you'll also see in CEQA documents, the same analysis of other modes of bikes and peds and transit and things like that. But as was mentioned, the changes to the, with this law affect how, the general plan transportation element is structured. And so as part of this general plan update, there are changes to that transportation element to kind of transition from what we mean by VMT, but then also level service. Next slide, please. So basically, the California Office of Planning and Research put together a technical advisory in December of 2018 that laid out strategies for agencies to follow to analyze the effects of projects on VMT. And as part of that, there were several areas that were presumed, exempt projects that would be presumed less than significant in terms of their VMT impacts. You can see the list here. I won't go through them in detail, but this is one of the sort of the levers the city has when reviewing projects to determine whether or not VMT impacts are significant. And the document's been put together that's in your packet that gets into those details. This SB 743 implementation guidelines if you care to dig into the details. Go to the next slide, please. So we have the exemptions, and then we also have a couple other options before us, and that's basically project screening. So what the technical advisory talks about is trying to put projects in what's known as low VMT generating areas of the city that do better from a VMT perspective than maybe the outlying areas, closer to a transit stop or bus or, you know, a walk path, that type of thing. And then the other thing is just projects consistent with the general plan enjoy a certain streamlining under CEQA section 15183. So that also is an opportunity, and this general plan is moving forward in that direction. So again, that's just a real brief overview of VMT, and I'm going to turn it over to Dudek and Brian. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Well, at the same time that we're updating the general plan transportation element to incorporate VMT, we're also updating the Energy and Conservation Action Strategy, or ECAS. The ECAS is a strategic tool to implement the general plan, and it was adopted along with the current general plan back in 2015. It's a detailed long-range strategy to reduce greenhouse gas, or GHG, emissions, and to achieve greater conservation of resources with regards to transportation and land use, energy, water, solid waste, open space, and collectively addressing community development and conservation through these lenses will help Vacaville remain attractive, prosperous, and adaptive to social, political, environmental changes. That's kind of the vision statement of the existing ECAS. The ECAS is also designed for the city to be in compliance with state requirements that address the reduction of GHG emissions. It established a strategy that the city and community can implement to achieve those GHG reduction targets as identified and required by the state. So two issues converge to make this the appropriate time to update the ECAS. The first is state GHG reduction targets were initially determined by Assembly Bill 32, which set a goal of reducing GHG emissions in the state of California back to 1990 levels by the year 2020. And the ECAS was adopted in 2015, so it's basically a 5-year plan, which was designed to be updated at, you know, close to 2020 to update those reduction goals. And this is the point we now find ourselves. Senate Bill 32, SB 32, as opposed to AB 32, was passed in 2016, and that set a new goal of reducing statewide GHG emissions to 40% below the state's 1990 level by 2030. Even further out, you have the Executive Order S305 signed in 2005 that identified a 2050 target, which is 80% reductions compared to the 1990 levels. The second piece we have is that transportation is, of course, the largest component of the city's GHG emissions, which you can see on the slide that we're going to get into in a sec. And that's true of the state as a whole. Transportation is a major driver. So revising the general plan to address VMT reductions consistent with SB 743, as John mentioned, really aligns nicely with the need to keep the ECAS current. So with that, I'm going to have Henry Eckold from our team provide you just a little more information on the ECAS update itself.
All right, thanks, Brian. So we've created the 2035 forecast, accounting for existing state and federal standards and programs. And as you can see on the screen, transportation emissions are forecast to be the majority of greenhouse gas emissions in 2035, followed by energy, and then waste and water and wastewater after that. The 2035 forecast to the emissions are around 756,000 metric tons CO2 equivalent, and the target that we're looking at is 470,000 metric tons of CO2 equivalent. So this gap is what we're looking to close with the local strategies that we're going to talk about. And basically, because the existing land uses, buildings, and transportation networks create major emissions, and they're already there, it'll take time for those things to change. So we're going to have to be aggressive elsewhere. Next slide, please. So now we're going to get into the strategies that we've been looking at. The state programs and standards that reduce emissions without city action can be seen at the bottom of each slide. And then on the top, you'll see the local actions. So the first action is to buy renewable energy. So that means becoming a community choice member city and having the default energy provider for the city be a local nonprofit energy provider that offers a higher proportion of renewable energy than PG&E at a competitive rate. The next strategy is energy audits at the point of sale for buildings to create more efficient buildings. And then all electric construction is another strategy. Basically, that means making new buildings that have electric heating and cooking appliances as opposed to natural gas. Next slide, please. So now looking at transportation, telecommuting is obviously something we're going to be accounting for after the changes that have occurred in the last year. Additionally, electric vehicles are a major part of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. So ensuring that charging stations are available in multifamily projects and offices allows people to make the choice to buy EVs as they continue to become more cost competitive. Additionally, construction equipment is another greenhouse gas emission source, and adding alternative fuel construction equipment as possible is another way that we're able to reduce emissions. And then transportation demand management strategies, which we've talked a little bit about earlier. So things like transit improvements, transit subsidies, van pool incentives, and paid off-street parking or unbundling of parking are other major aspects of emission reductions. Next slide. In regard to waste, reducing the organic waste that ends up in landfills is another way to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And this can be implemented through basically an organic waste reduction program, which would promote and build capacity for composting. Next slide. And then another strategy another sector is carbon sequestration. So tree planting is one strategy here. And essentially trees are able to store carbon in their roots and vegetative tissues, and that keeps it from being in the atmosphere. And then another sequestration strategy is carbon farming. So for that, spreading of compost on portions of city open spaces is a strategy there, and that's actually been found to help make soil retain more carbon over time. So that concludes the overview of the strategies. I'll pass it back to Christina for the question and answer.
I see no questions from the council. I'm going to open it up to public comment, but I don't see any.
There's council hands.
Yeah, I'll bring it back to council. I don't see any public comment, so I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the council. I'll start off with Council Member Silva.
First off, thank you, staff, and Swadikap, Christina.
Swadikap.
There we go. Actually, I just wanted to comment or just make can someone comment on how this impacts our ability to recruit biotech businesses here? Yes, from a conversation with Aaron, the city manager.
Sure, I can jump in. So this is Aaron. So this whole effort is being done to, identify the need to address the state's mandate for changing the way that we calculate, transportation impacts, and as well as the effects on our greenhouse gas emissions. Because the state law would trigger an environmental impact or would trigger an environmental review for a project that exceeds certain threshold criteria, such as, I believe, 10 residential units or 50,000 square feet for non-residential uses. If they cannot demonstrate that they can comply with the VMT requirements of the state, then a significant environmental review process would be required, such as an environmental impact report. By the city initiating this process and taking the lead on this process and proposing to update our general plan accordingly in our environmental impact report with those uses that are consistent with the general plan, we are taking that step away from that process, thereby making it more efficient for prospective builders of all types of projects. So certainly prospective biotech businesses, but also developers of that missing middle. So for example, the project that you saw tonight, the 22 units would be subject to the requirements of the VMT ordinance and thresholds. And if they could not demonstrate that they met that criteria, they would have to independently do that level of environmental review that we're proposing to do as part of this process. So it definitely makes it a more efficient and more timely process for the types of businesses, type of development, and the that missing middle element that the council is looking for.
Thank you. I know it's, I think, trying to find more ways to be more energy efficient is, certainly something I'm personally very interested in. And I know it's also a challenge anytime the state comes down with mandates and, throws things for the loop. But I'm appreciative and excited to see how this evolves, again, to make sure that we can actually address some of the systemic issues that are leading towards a lot of the complaints from the community, particularly better paying jobs. And those better paying jobs will allow us to afford, better housing. And that better housing, those better paying jobs will actually allow us to have a better quality of life by reinvesting back into our parks and rec in a safe community. So thank you, everyone.
Councilmember Roberts.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Like Councilmember Silva, green energy is a pretty big issue for me. I really look forward to diving more into this. I know we got an abbreviated presentation and maybe in the full report, but is it covered maybe an assessment of the infrastructure to be able to support the electrification of vehicles, renewable energy? Will there need to be a major overhaul to support this green energy system that's to reduce greenhouse gases and travel emissions?
Yeah, so I can speak to that. Essentially, the biggest thing for getting people to adopt electric vehicles are going to be the multifamily housing that's being built, and then also offices that are being built. And so ensuring that those spaces, parking spaces at both multifamily housing and offices, ensuring that they have the charging already available there is going to be the biggest thing as far as that goes. But there's definitely going to be a pretty big overhaul as far as just over time in order to reduce emissions from VMT. It's just going to take land use changes and things of that nature. So.
Okay, yeah, I was referring more to the electrical infrastructure because I know each summer with my work with emergency services that there's the power shutoffs and brownouts due to electrical draw on the current grids. Is there going to be assessment of the city's electrical grid to be able to support the additional power draw of these additional devices, electrical devices?
Yeah, that's a good question.
This is Aaron. I would say that, as part of the going forward process with that, Councilman, is that anytime we're going to explore the building infrastructure of that nature, there would be an opportunity to evaluate the project, review it, for compliance and determine, the availability of resources for those types of projects. So we would be coordinating and working with the energy providers and making sure that they do have adequate supply for those types of facilities through the entitlement process or through the project review process.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Wiley.
I also want to say thanks for the report, and I think this is very noteworthy, and we really have to work on all these levels. And I have talked to quite a few citizens who are interested in the clean energy and doing what we can and having a active, climate plan for Vacaville. So I think that this is great, and we should do all we can. And just this week, I got things from Recology about, the organic reduction plan. And so I think we have a lot of people that are aware of it, and we just need to keep working toward getting better and better to realize those goals for the years in the future. Thank you.
Wiley, why don't you go ahead and make a motion?
All right, I make a motion that we would accept the report as presented.
Oh, no action. I
It
apologize.
says no action, you're right.
Yeah, I apologize. But thank you. Great. And I see no other hands, so we'll move to I believe we jump back now to item 9A. 9A, Mr. City Manager.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. So given the evening and the time of the evening, I'm just going to be very brief with this. This is the City Council strategic plan that began last year, but we have a relatively new City Council. And so what this was intended to do is provide the council with the next step in the process. And instead of going through that tonight, as you are all aware, we're scheduled to have a study session, special City Council meeting next week, Tuesday, February 2nd, where we will focus completely on this particular document. So for purposes of tonight, what I'd like to do is just mention that we have included the proposal, which includes new implementation strategies, which take it to the next level. What was approved last year was 4 overarching goals and 8 strategic initiatives. What we have been doing since the council approved that plan back in March or May of last year, our staff has been working diligently on identifying a variety of multiple strategies that will serve as the action plans for all of those goals and strategic initiatives. So what I would encourage the council to do is during the next week, please familiarize yourselves with the initiatives. We will be discussing those as kind of like and confirmation of a goal setting session, if you will, for the council, because this particular strategic plan will be used for the upcoming next 5 years for purposes of determining our budgets and our work plans and the priorities for the community. So there's lots of good information in there, and I'm hopeful that next Tuesday we can have a very thorough and robust conversation about all of those items included in there. So with that, there is no actions for tonight. Unless the City Council has any questions, that completes my presentation.
It says that we accept the strategic plan report.
That's fine.
Okay. I'll open it up to public comment. I don't see any public comment. I will close public comment and entertain motion from the council.
Mike Silva, motion.
Stockton, I.
And then we'll go roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Stockton?
Yes.
Councilmember Silva?
Yes.
Councilmember Roberts?
Yes.
Councilmember Wiley?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sullivan?
Yes.
Mayor Rowland?
Aye. Okay, we got all the way to now 9D. 9D is our COVID-19 update. Mr. Chief Conception, are you with us still, Chief?
Hey, good evening, Council. Due to the lateness of the hour, I'm going to abbreviate my usual presentation. Next slide, please, Crystal. So these are the latest numbers. You see California surpassed 3 million cases, and Vacaville surpassed 7,000 cases. The good thing is the 14-day positivity, both in California and Solano County, is on a downtrend. So that's the good news. Next slide, please. The even better news is as of yesterday, the governor lifted the expanded stay-at-home orders throughout the state, which means that we in Solano County go to the purple tier. What that means for us is now our restaurants are allowed to have outside dining. And then our personal care services like barbers and hair salons, nail salons, and the like can start providing services, whereas in the expanded stay-at-home orders, they were closed. So that's the good news. We will expect to stay in the purple tier for quite a bit because you can see there that in order for us to get to the red tier, our daily cases need to be between 4 and 7 cases per 100,000, and we're still at 50.9. And the positivity rate needs to get down to below 8%, and we're at 10.7 right now, according to the state. So we have a ways to go before we get into the red tier. As far as Vacaville, because we're in the purple tier, we are, I know our economic development is working with Public Works to getting those outdoor dining tents put up in the city as quickly as possible so that our restaurants can make use of it. And our winter sheltering program is continuing. And next slide, please, Crystal. And this is just the latest numbers on just a reminder of how the program is going and who we have helped. And those are the details. And so that concludes my presentation, unless anyone has any questions.
Thank you, sir. I do appreciate it. I hope those tents survive the evening. I hear that the wind is horrible out there right now. I don't see any city council members, and I do believe that I do have one. I'm going to open up public comment ending in 597. Crystal?
Gentlemen, well, you guys have really earned your money tonight. Definitely underpaid. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're on. Go ahead.
Alrighty. Yeah, I watched Dr. Matthias today, and he made something very clear, and they're sending it to a letter to the governor too. And the point is, in our county and mostly in counties surrounding us, the COVID spread is not in the stores that are open, the restaurants or the gyms that are defined, or the churches where people are gathering and singing and crazy. There's no COVID spread there. It's spread is even very clearly made, other than a few cases where seniors early on were being forced into skilled facilities with COVID, were at home gatherings around holiday seasons. And that's where the COVID spread was at. And so I had to refute that because one of your BLM loudmouths there was saying a falsehood about churches being super spreaders, part of their hatred of Christians and all that. But I just want to reiterate what Dr. Matthias said. And also in Wisconsin, the Senate just overturned their governor's mask mandate. They determined there is no science that supports the use of masks slowing the spread of COVID. So people are starting to look at the real science out there. But what I hope you hear from me is my biggest plea. There are people now that know that we have to defy the overreach of the governor. And I say we the citizens. And I hope you as the local leaders respect our right to exercise our constitutional right of free commerce, of being free, of doing business, and don't go down the road the governor would like, which he would like to have internment camps. He would like to have home gatherings broken up, and the people that violate and have their home gatherings, that those children be taken away for education camps and their parents locked away so that they can take all their properties and homes and give them to the illegal aliens that are in our country right now so they become part of the homeless problem. That is sarcasm. But anyways, I just hope you guys settle down and start looking and saying, hey, we're not going to try to punish businesses that defy the governor. All this stuff has been overreached from the get-go, and it should support our community, not so much by asking people to defy, but respecting their choice, just like the choice on vaccine. The vaccine, if you're vaccinated and your children are vaccinated, and I'm not, what fear do you have of me? Why am I a worry? So let us have the choice of the so-called vaccine, which is unlike any kind of vaccine because it doesn't have vaccine properties. It's more like a therapeutic. So thank you for your time. And I know you guys have had a hard night, and I'm not trying to scold you all on anything. I'm just trying to say, hey, man, we got to drop all the fear. All right,
Thank you. Have a good evening. I'm going to close public comment. I'm going to bring it back to Vice Mayor Sullivan.
Quick question, and I hesitate to even bring it up tonight, guys, but I do want to ask the city manager really quickly. We have exhausted our CARES funds from last year. We don't have any funding earmarked for kind of further COVID activities in terms of business grants or some of the homeless items or other bits and pieces. Where would be the appropriate time and place to discuss with council and staff, like what the next steps are? I know there's a lot of ambiguity with the new federal administration. I know the governor's budget just came out. I don't really see any help on the way in terms of dollars for us yet. So what are we doing to keep funding these programs like the senior meals, the business grants, downtown business support, the homeless shelter? What are we doing, and where do we have that discussion on where those funds might come from?
So, thank you, Vice Mayor. So there's a couple of things out there right now. So you mentioned a couple of programs that the city's been sponsoring since the start of the pandemic. The Hot Meals program. We recently took an item back to the council at a recent council meeting to extend the funding of that program through the end of the fiscal year. We also have committed to funding for the warming shelter program through February. We are planning to come back to the council per your request at your next regularly scheduled council meeting on the 9th with an option to extend the funding agreement for the warming shelter either through March or through April, depending on what council's prerogative is. With regards to the small business assistance, well, we do not have any sign that a CARES 2.0 package is coming out from the federal government. They have adopted a $284 billion PPP program again. So that is out there, available for businesses. At the state level, they have come out with unemployment benefits to assist. And then in addition, they've also come out with a second round of funding for the California Small Business Relief Grant Program. Applications will open next week, Tuesday on February 2nd, and will close on February 8th. In addition to that, if the council is interested, we are planning to bring back for the council's consideration and approval our economic recovery strategy that was funded by CARES Act Fund with the council's approval at the end of last year. And we were given direction to begin work on that recovery strategy to deal with all the issues associated with the impacts of the COVID pandemic. We will be bringing that back to the council on February 9th, and that would be a great opportunity to hear what the report has to say about the impacts and the recovery strategies. And if at that time the council wants to explore additional options for consideration, that would be a great place to do it.
That's great. Can you bring back maybe like a one-page matrix on the programs that you just mentioned that were being extended or rolled back out, just so we can take a look at kind of what is out there from the state and feds, and that way we'll know kind of what cavalry might be on the way?
Absolutely. At the next meeting?
Yeah, when you do the recovery process, that'd be great.
Sure.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
I see no other council comments. We're going to move on, but I personally, Chief, thank you for the update. I'd personally like to see us push the county a little bit harder, at least to break away from the region, our numbers, and the science behind it. I'd like to give our businesses an opportunity to open up into at least red, if not, move farther. Also, I would like to see giving the compliance to the county and let the county take care of our compliance, what's going on. I feel like we've done a great job, but I think the county should be doing the compliance. Just something that I think we should move into, and I would like to see our businesses open up and follow the science and follow what's going on in the hospitals. It took us a while to get us open when our numbers were better than Sacramento, and Sacramento was open, so it was very frustrating. Moving on to item 10A, it's appointments. I'm going to thank Vice Mayor Sullivan for bringing this to my attention. I know we did talk about it at the last council meeting, but we're going to have a appointment to the Vacaville Travis Unified School District. I believe that was just the appointment to the Vacaville City and the Travis Unified School District, just to make sure that that's clear. This is going to be a separate one. We already have a Vacaville Unified and the city. This one will be the City of Vacaville and the Travis Unified School District. My appointment tonight would be for Wiley and Roberts, and I would just entertain a second to that if anybody has any issues.
I'll second. This is Vice Mayor Sullivan.
Okay. Can we have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Silva,
Yes.
Councilmember Roberts,
Yes.
Councilmember Wiley,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sullivan,
Yes.
Councilmember Stockton,
Yes.
Mayor Rolette.
Aye. And then I believe, and I think I'm going to remind him that he wants to speak, but Councilmember Silva, did you want something to say something during reports to the City Council?
Yeah, just since there's such a large crowd sticking around still, I just wanted to, during break, I was notified that a fellow school parent of mine that I met a couple years ago that, stood up in his own ways, advocated for our kids. He was appointed tonight to fill my vacant seat on City Council. He is a immigrant to this country and, overcoming a lot of challenges. And, we now have someone that came from the Markham neighborhood and someone else that lives in the Markham neighborhood that are actually on both councils of the city. So, barriers are being broken, and that's through hard work, that's through patience, that's through a lot of challenges that we individually are still learning how to overcome along our journey just as much as anybody else. And, there's different ways to go ahead and pursue change, and, who knows what the right way is. But I think we all can say what the wrong way is. And, it was really unfortunate, and, it quite angered me to see the destruction of property. It angers me to see any type of conflict between anybody. I do agree with comments from the public that there, is an at the very least a lack of element of leadership, and but there's even greater a lack of willingness to unite and empathize and discuss how we move forward. So I'm looking forward to consulting with anybody out there who wants to talk. It sounds to me, Jeanette and Nolan's comments regarding, social media and how that just divides us. And, it goes beyond that on how we just really focus on, things that kind of feed our own bias. And, you hear the divisive talk left and right. And, in many ways, I really don't understand why folks can't just sit down and, and talk with another. It doesn't mean you guys are going to agree. Doesn't mean anybody's going to get their way, but at least to start being empathetic and understand where folks are coming from. For me, my goal on here isn't necessarily to change anything. It's really to continue to improve our processes, improve our systems. And there are plenty of opportunities and projects to do that, not just to where we expect someone else to do it, but for us to come together to do it as a community. It's in that name, community, unity. And so if anybody is interested in continuing their own efforts to make a positive impact on our community, please reach out. And I know we can find ways to make that happen. So thank you and have a good night.
Thank you, sir. I do believe I saw Councilmember Stockton.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Certainly a lot to go to process tonight, but I think it's going to take some time to kind of break everything down. I think we had a lot of comments. I think maybe almost 70 comments or something tonight. But I did want to focus on some of the things that were brought up really briefly. I believe that our community needs our police, but our police cannot do their job without the support of the community. And it is clear from tonight that public trust is going to building public trust has to be a priority, and that's something that I think I have seen from several of the folks on this council. I had the privilege of attending the Martin Luther King Jr. Event that was planned by Aisha Gutierrez. I wanted to give her a tremendous shout out for taking a leadership role in our community to bring something positive to Vacaville, to show how important Dr. King has been to our country and to our community. And during that meeting, Vice Mayor Sullivan had prepared he prepared a welcoming speech that was very well delivered, during which you did briefly mention the civil unrest downtown, as well as a few other things. And so I appreciate the caller that read your statement in its entirety, because I think the truth is the truth, and I know that nobody on this council agrees with what happened to our city hall. That being said, I am excited that there are other events that are in the planning. For Black History Month, Council Member Silva and I have been working with the Tri-City NAACP on an event to recognize not just historically significant African-American citizens throughout the country, but specifically in Vacaville and the contributions that they've made to our city. And so we're asking for the community to reach out to us if there are people that they would like to see recognized from the African-American community in Vacaville on this event that is going to be held on February 20th. Depending upon COVID, it may be online or it may be held at another location. So I wanted to make sure that we stressed that, because there are still amazing positive things happening in our community. I've heard our city manager talk about a community roundtable. I think that we need that more than ever. City manager, it's evident from tonight that we need to find ways to take these experiences that people are sharing and get people from both sides of these different conflicts together and actually move forward. So I just wanted to thank everybody that hung in there tonight. I know it's late. I wanted to thank Aisha Gutierrez for the hard work that she did. I know there was some erroneous reporting about her involvement in the vandalism, which is completely untrue. Aisha Gutierrez is an upstanding member of our community. She put together an event that was long overdue in our community, and I think brought us closer. So I wanted to give her a shout out. And I want to thank the men and women of the Vacaville Police Department that are doing their best to protect us. And I know that this is a difficult time to be in law enforcement. I know that there's a magnifying glass on the actions of everyone that wears a badge right now. And I believe that they are up to the challenge to make sure that they are providing the highest quality police services possible to our community. So thank you for your time. I know it's late. I'm gonna get off now.
Okay, Vice Mayor Sullivan.
Just really quickly, and I don't want to dive too deep into it, but I do want to give the staff, especially the city manager, kudos. We have our first equity kind of work group starting this week. We actually meet with, I think there's 13 members of the public. This has been in the works for the last couple months. I'm really excited to get this started. And we heard from a lot of community members tonight on the left side, the right side, the center, saying we need dialogue, we need productive means to move forward. And there are staff, that the police chief will be involved in that group as well. And we're having discussions with the community exactly like was suggested tonight. So I'm really excited to get that effort started. we're on the same page with the city. We are moving things forward, and we just need people to be patient and cool your tempers and hang in there. We're working through this, and the whole country's working through this. But I wanted to commend staff, and I'm really excited that our equity kind of focus group starts this week, and we'll be discussing how we further engage members of the public, further engage the rest of the council, kind of next steps. So this is a momentous week for us too in that regard. So I just wanted to bring that up really quick.
And I'm glad you did. I don't think any other council member wants to speak, so I'll finish it off. I'm glad you did. Actually, I don't know if I can't see if he's on there, but if is Chief Carley still on there? Chief, if you're on there, can you tell us a little bit more about what's going on? And I know that you were personally attacked tonight multiple times. I know that we have been doing some outreach. I don't even know if you're on, to be honest. Oh, there you are.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Yes, I mean, I will just say that we've been through some of the most tumultuous times that I've ever seen in my career. And while there's a lot of hostility that we hear and a lot of missing information in the details, which raises questions to, I'm sure, to all of you in the council and to the community. Just as an example, just to set one record straight as an example, we don't cover up our name tags and badges. The law requires one or the other. But in hostile environments of any type of a demonstration or protest, a tactic to take pictures of everyone and then post those pictures in ways that creates risk to officers is absolutely unacceptable. So their ID numbers are always visible. And if they're not, it just so happened to be the one that was posted this week was because he was wearing a mourning band because an officer in Sacramento was killed. And so there was nothing nefarious about that. I've always welcomed dialogue. I've always welcomed the opportunity for people to raise questions. And whether we are talking about viewpoints that would be concerning from the public as we talk to the left or the right, what we have to remember is anytime there's extreme views where no one wants to hear each other, what happens is we begin to divide the community. And that's what we want to avoid. We want to make sure that the reasonable and rational people with ideas and concerns can sit down and talk. And I'm very much proud to be part of this focus group that is kicking off for those that want to make a difference and have good ideas. We've always been open to listening and learning. I'm proud of this city and our organization. And I know there's a lot of people who do support us. But we can't be allowed to be divided by those that, even in the interest of protecting the First Amendment, freedom of expression and free speech, while that is true, it's also divisive and destructive when you're the target, when you're trying to make change or to listen. So I would just caution all of us as we're moving forward, and hopefully in this focus group, is it requires trust and respect. But if it's designed to tear down people and to be divisive and filled with hate and not really wanting to understand what's really happening, it's not helpful. And it's actually just the opposite. It's extreme. So that has no place for any of this dialogue moving forward. I have always been available for any type of conversation, but I have not seen in the last 8 months 50 different demonstrations, mostly nonviolent. And that expression will always be protected, and it's not always enjoyable. But we can't continue to demean and demoralize those who stand on the front lines protecting this community in a very dangerous environment. So I hope to be able to work with the council moving forward, but we absolutely have to denounce violence. That is not freedom of speech and expression that is tolerated or should be tolerated. And I just will always just ask whether if you have questions on the council or if the public has questions, to ask in a way to understand why we do what we do. Because what I've heard tonight and I've heard for months is so much missing information. And just one last point to clarify. This last week has been one of the darkest weeks that we've seen in our community. And we do need to be able to move forward. But I can assure you that the police department and the police officers have never stood down whenever there was a need to address violence or vandalism. It was very quick and it was abrupt last Sunday night. And we did respond. And it's hard to identify people when everyone's dressed in black, and black bloc is a tactic so that you would go unnoticed. And we're not going to simply just identify people because they look like they might have been at the scene and not be able to, with probable cause, be able to arrest someone for that. That would be wrong as well. So we are vigorously trying to identify those who were involved, those involved locally, as well as those that came from out of town. It's a significant case against the city and our department, and we don't take it lightly. And we will get to the bottom of that, and anyone who was responsible will be prosecuted. I assure you of that. No one deserves to be able to come into our town and destroy it. But we also have to recognize that there is some instigation locally that is undermining the credibility of the police department and the respect of the police department. And when we do that, we instigate the sense that this lawlessness is being tolerated, and it is not. So I'm optimistic moving forward, and there'll be more answers that will be coming in the days and weeks ahead, and I will be sure to be able to answer those for you. But in the meantime, I'm looking forward to this meeting that we're going to have with those who really are about understanding what's best for the future of Vacaville. So thank you for just allowing me to share.
Thank you, Chief. I do appreciate everything you're doing, and I do support you and the police officers. So thank you for everything you guys are doing over there in protecting our city. I appreciate everything. We're going to move on to reports of city manager. Mr. City Manager, did you want to jump in on anything tonight, or?
Sure, just a couple of things real quickly. So at the last city council meeting, a motion was made by the council to explore a place of peace resolution. I have reached out to the organization and will continue those talks so that we can bring something back to the council as quickly as possible to follow up on that particular action and request. The second thing that I want to mention is that quite obviously we have a large rain event right now. We have been advised by the National Weather Service and the Solano County Emergency Operations Center that they have opened in preparation for a potential flash flood warning, and particularly as a result with the burn scar from the LNU Lightning Complex fire. So we anticipate that there's a large cell over Vacaville in the community right now. If things go as projected, we could receive as much as 2 inches in the next 36 hours. And given the amount of damage the fire caused, there is concern. Our public works crews have been working out there. They have been preparing sandbags and have additional sand at Irene Larson Park. And so citizens who feel that they may be subject to some potential flooding, you can go there and get your sandbags. Also, you can bring your own shovel, and there is a 10-bag limit. But we do have public work crews on standby. We have also activated our response for EOC in the event that it is necessary. So that's all I had to share for tonight. Thank you for your patience as we got through this long meeting.
Thank you, sir. Move to item 12, closed session. I see none. 13, adjournment. Good night, Vacaville. Thank you for everybody sticking around. Good night.